Please ring the bells. Chief Whip, may you please approach? Chief Whip of Council, can you approach, please?
And they're all EFF.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. May you please take your seats. Please take your seats, councillors, so that we can start our meeting. Can we all take our seats? Councillors, please, can you take your seats so that we start? Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, You will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. And at this point, I'm expecting all councillors to be seated. Councillor Tsila. May we observe a moment of silence in prayer or in meditation, please. Thank you. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79, committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. Councillors, the meeting has started. I welcome you all to this ordinary council meeting. Honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of council. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the following councillors has been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Honorable Speaker, I've got the 23 councillors from the EFF that they have tendered their apologies and their leave have been approved. But I will go through to their names and their surnames. I've got one, B. Disolani, for the purpose of recording. I've got B. Disolani, EFF, organizational work. B. Raswese, EFF. H. Chauke, EFF. D.S. Sekanka, EFF. R. Dibakwani, EFF. L. Matlabani, EFF. G. Ratikwani, EFF. LS Lehodi, EFF. P. Mamatepa, EFF. S. Manamela, EFF. B. Matebola, EFF. P. Matlala, EFF. M. Mamo Juani, EFF. E. Mutubati, EFF. M. Chili, EFF. NS Anejo, EFF. O. Nontumuni, EFF. PN Munisi, EFF. R. Mchusi, EFF. T. Muloisani, EFF. T. Mashavela, EFF. OB. Ramabodu, EFF. Organizational work. T. Nkadime, EFF. Organizational work. I've got A. Mkhalushi from the ANC Family Responsibility Leave. E.T. Mudise, ANC Family Responsibility Leave. D. Ferguson, DA Leave. R. Mabusela, DA Leave. H. Feljun, DA Leave. J.D. Deploy, DA sick leave. And then the last one is R. Mpatlele, DOP, sick leave. I don't have anyone who arranged to leave early. I've got only one councillor that requested to leave early, of which is Councillor P. Modise, ANC, 2 o'clock. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip, please switch off your mic. Thank you. Item C, official notice, there is 9. D, unopposed proposal by the Speaker and another proposal allowed by the Speaker. Item 1, late but urgent report for submission to the Council meeting of 25 September 2025. Honourable Councillors, the report contained in Part 2, 3 and 3A, respectively, of our agenda were received from the Leader of the Executive Business on the 19th and the 22nd September 2025, respectively, and delivered to you on the SharePoint on the 19th and the 22nd September 2025. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits them to us today. And reports allowed by the Speaker. Honourable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provide for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed as a discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under the Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Speaker's report. I will get to this report towards the end of the agenda. Then item 3 on the unopposed. Honourable Councillors, September month is regarded as a heritage month. In observation of this month, I've invited both the senior traditional leaders in the city of Tshwane to address us on issues of heritage in today's council meeting. The senior traditional leaders are accompanied by one cultural group from their respective areas, and each cultural group will render an item before the address by the respective senior traditional leadership. Let me indicate that both leadership were invited, and unfortunately, because of the unseen circumstances, Chief Kekana is not with us today, and the cultural group from his side is not here, but we do have a representative who is not going to be speaking today. And again, if you remember, we discussed in the programming that today there will be 2 speakers that will be speaking in honor of the former Chief Whip. Unfortunately, we are not going to have that opportunity because the family came back to us requesting not to do it. And they did write a letter to us to say we mustn't do it. Then we requested, then they agreed. Then later on they came back to say they are pleading with us to respect what the former Chief Whip asked. So there will be no condolences speeches that will be coming from the floor. I will now call upon representative of Amandebele Nzunza Sokulumi, the senior traditional leader, to take a podium and address us. Thank you very much, Bayete. We would like to give the opportunity to the group to render just one item before Undabezita speaks to us. Over to you. Siyabonga kakhulu. They are making their way out. Please, let's give them the round of applause. Anderson. Thank you very much. Thank you, TJ. Thank you so much. I'll now, firstly, let me apologize for the screen. There is maintenance that is taking place. They thought that it will be done yesterday, and it was holiday. So they didn't finish it. So we'll have it in the next meeting. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over Ndabezit.
Ngicela ngizokhuluma isintu angisho langa lesintu lamagugu. Yeah, nginlochise nonke ibandla lapha. Ibandla lika speaker. Ngilochise amakhansela khona lapha. Bonke abantu bakhona lapha. Ilanga lamagugu njengoba belikuyizolo nge-24 kaSeptember. Kusikhathi sokuthi ukuthi
uxolo Ndabezit. Uxolo yazini nobani ngihloniphi mina. Mara inkosi le ime phambi kwethu. Masihloniphi inkosi. Thank you.
Yeah, size nje lapha sizobungaza amasiko abantu. Ingasi wamandebele kuphela for all nation umuntu okhona. Changani, Vadvati, Msuthu, Mpedi. Awunakuthi ukuthi ngelamandebele of ngelani isizwe sonke ranswa sishaba sesintu. Manje ukuza kwethu lapha size nje ngoba sibona ungathi amanzi ayavuza ebantwaneni. Inhlonipho ezibona ukuthi sizokubuza ukuthi niyabakhalima abantwana na. Ngoba sibona ungathi bayaphumela ngaphandle abantwana. Manje sifuna ukuthi kube nebambisano lapha embusweni. Abantwana ababuyele endleleni ngoba angihana ngalendlela ebengayo le iphaseli ungathi akusazakali ukuthi ubani ngibani. Sibawa ihlonipho kubazali ukuthi bafundise abantwana babo umthetho. Le imithetho enani ifundiswa bogogo ukuthi kwenziwani. Umuntu uziphatha kanjani qala musithina njengamadoda siyekhulisa unelija kunomsegwabo uyakwela uyabuya nabuya komntathathu umfazi uyabona umthathe umfazi ke manje emntaya ukotiza umatswala amfundisa umthetho wekhaya ngeze wayokwenda ungakafundiswa ekhaya ngoba uyokwenza iphoso lapha into zomzilo awuzazi bakufundise umamazala ukotiza thina sithi ukotiza. Imithetho mnengi inkosi ukuthi siyifundise abenda bethu. Mntazana uhlala eminyango ngesikhethu isindebela uhlala eminyango. Mhlanje yokubeletha umntwana uzakucaba. Zonke into enjalo inkosi asizikhulume sibafundise ukuthi so na uzokwenza so kuzokuvela ukuthi ungathi no uyanakade ngoba abantwana bethu namhlanje bathi no uyanakade. Na into emosha izinto uyanakade ufuna ukwenza ilimi likabani mawuhlulwa ilimi lakho. Umuntu omunye nomunye mntana nifundisa abantwana isiko labo. Umpedi wende endebeleni khuluma isiNdebele ungayokushugulula ilimi lomzabanye
Bayede.
na uthethe indebele wena wende empelini uyokhuluma isipedeso
Babe.
awuyokufundisa abantwana aba ilimi ngelendoda indoda ngiyethethe umfazi akathatha indoda
Bayede.
kukhulunywa ilimi lendoda leyo la ungayokufika usuku uyokushugulula umzabantu
Babe.
manje ke ngalawa amagama ngifuna ukuthi ukuthi-ke sikhalima abantwana sihelebhane sibuyele edengesini nasiyeka njengoba inje hawu kwapunza idle emini asazi lapho esiyakhona
Babe.
asakheni mandebele sinirabhela ngalokho ukuthi sinenganeni ukuthi sakhe abantu aba kunendandane la sakhe khona next door uthola ukuthi kunali ichiwani liyakwazi oyilisa injaya ukuthi no uyichiwani wena next door akamntu umphuthe nabenta bakho umfundise umthetho
Bayede.
ngoba kunamuntu omfundisa umthetho uzabe abezali bakhe babhubha bafihleke emandulo bengana chiwani limajima akahulimwa nekulinywa kuphuma inkombo zilimela umuntu bathibela uri umuthola sikabonala uri yena kichiwani newusinamutho bulangitlala manje ke namanje asikwenzeni lokho singalisi umuntu simbukele umuntu esichabeni umuntu ohluphekayo unelungelo lokuya e-tribal office yokosini lobo bukhosi bazi ukuthi lo muntu uhlutshwa yini
Bayede.
azokwazi ukuncedela manje mawuthula sikazokwazi ukuthi lapha kunenkinga enjani ngala amagama ngisho ukuthi awa namakhansela ethu-ke bazabe bayiphethe kuhle ofisi ihlale ivuliwe Speaker-ke ngizokuthokoza ngithokoza speaker nebandla lakho ukuba khona ukubamba umsebenzi onjengalo umsebenzi ubaluleke kakhulu abazwako abanendlebe bazakwizwa
Bayede.
ngoba ngaphandle ukuthi sihlale esikhethwini rikhumarele mo-C2 mosijong sa rona ari batho
Bayede.
yabo injalo ngalawa amagama ngithokoza
Bayede. Bayede.
Can we all rise? Please be seated. At this time, we thank you, Ndabezita, for your words, for your encouraging words. Amazwi asibuyisela embo, amazwi abuyisela inhlonipho ngaphakathi kwethu. And into engiyibongayo ukuthi awukhulumelanga amaNdebele, ukhulumele sonke isizwe somuntu omnyama. Esithethe nasonke samuva kumasiko wethu. Manje uyasikhumbuza ngalolu suku olukhulu kangaka. Without further ado, councillors, I'd like to invite the MMC of Social Development and Cultural Affairs to take the podium. Take the podium, MMC. Take the podium.
Ke a leboga sebui segolo sa motsetoropo ya rona ke ne ke sa go utlwe ga o re ke tseye podium ka ntlha ya gore o ne o bua puo ya seeng ke rata go ka tseya motsotso ona ke dumedise ntlo ya segosi ka tlase ga ketapele ya ga kgosi Kekana le kgosi Mahlangu Ratoropo wa rona wa motsesetoropo wa Tshwane ya Mamelodi, badiri ka nna, makhanselara a rona, baeng ba ba tlotlegang le baagi ka rona. Ke le dumedisa lotlhe ka mowa wa botho. Ka gonne lo le teng ka tsatsing la kajeko. Gompieno ke tsoga ke bua se e seng fela jaaka moagi yo o motlotlo wa Tshwane, mme jaaka ngwana wa Afrika Borwa. Naga e boswa jwa yona bo boteng ebile bo farologane jaaka mmu o ka fa tlase ga dinao tsa rona. Ebile e le ka bophara jaaka ditoropo tse di tshoseng mo dipolelong tsa rona. Boswa jwa Afrika Borwa ga se selo se re ka tlhokomelang ka lwetse, e tshela mo dipuong tsa rona, mo mminong wa rona, mo dijong tsa rona, mo meetlong ya rona le mo maineng a mebila ya rona, dinoka le dithaba tsa rona. E tshela mo kgaratlhong ya rona, mo go itsetsepeleng ga rona le mo phenyong ya rona. Tshwane ka bo yona ke letshwao le le tshelang la boswa joo. Motse o nang le medi mo ditiragalong tsa merafe e le mentsi ya bogologolo le yona le ya segompieno. Ke fano fa pelo e itayang ya demokrasi ya rona e utlwalang mo diphasejeng tsa puso. Ke fano kwa go neng go ngangisanwa kwa kgololesego gone, go sirelediwa mme kgabagare go bolelwa a re gakologelweng go boswa jwa rona ga se ka kgang e le nngwe fela, ke ka setshwantsho sa mantswe, lentswe la khoi le sang, meretheto ya Setswana, Sepedi, Sezulu le dipuo tse dingwe tse 9 tsa semmuso. Dipina tsa kgololesego di ne di opela mo mebileng e tletseng lerole le mo dijarateng tsa kgolegelo. Dikgang tsa ba baagileng motse o ka diatla tsa bona tse bontsi jwa tsona di santseng di sa utlwiwe. Mme le fa go ntse jalo, boswa ga se fela ka history, gape ke ka ga boswa. Ke eng se re tla se tlogelang dikokomano tse di tlang? A re aga toropo e bana ba ka ithutang history ya boammaruri ya naga eno mo go yona, e seng fela botlhoko jwa yona, mme gape le bontle jwa yona, boitlhamedi jwa yone le bokgoni jwa yone. A re sireletsa difikantsho le di-museum tsa rona na, e seng fela jaaka mafelo a ngokang bojanala, mme jaaka mafelo a boitshepo a go gakologelwa le go akanya. A re tsholetsa bataki ba rona, bagolwane le baanelwa ba dikgang, bao ba isang boswa jwa rona kwa pele ka mafoko, ditshwantsho le dingwao. Badiri ka nna, re batlhokomedi ba sengwe se se botlhokwa, mme seo se tla boikarabelo, a re nneng le maikarabelo mo tseleng e re bopang mafelo a botlhe ka yone, mo tseleng e re nayang mebila ka yone, mo tseleng e re ithutang history ka yone le mo tseleng e re ketekang ka yone. A re diriseng tlhotlhoeletso ya rona mo lekgotleng le e seng fela go buisa mme le go tlotla boswa jo bo farologaneng jo bo dirang gore Tshwane e nne motsemogolo wa Afrika ka nnete. Fa ke tswalela ke adima mafoko a moporesidente Nelson Mandela yo a neng a re boswa jwa rona jo bo humileng le jo bo farologaneng jwa setso bo na le maatla a magolo a go thusa a go aga setšhaba sa rona se sešwa. Ke re go kgosi ya rona re Kgosi Mahlangu, ke re mo bogologolong mola re ne re itse gore letlhaku le lešwa le ikaga ka letlhaku la kgale. Setšhaba sa rona, bašwa ba rona ba latlhegile, So re a re boeleng ko morago re le bana ba Thari e Ntsho, bana ba Afrika Borwa. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, MMC. Can you please switch off the point there? Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we then move on with our agenda? We are on item E, consideration of the minutes of the previous council meetings. Ordinary Council, 28th August 2025. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting 28 August 2025 for approval. Approved. Special Council, determination of the upper limits, 12 September 2025. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Special Council meeting of the 12 September 2025 for approval. Approved. In Committee Council, 28 August 2025. Honorable Councillors, I am deferring this in committee meeting minutes to be dealt with later during the meeting when we consider the confidentiality report and contained in the agenda. Now I would like to call the Executive Mayor to table the report or to submit the report to Council. Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Sibulise kundabezitha nebandla lakhe. Sibulise leader of the executive business, the chair of chairs, the members of the Mayoral Committee, the Chief Whip of Council, Section 79 chairpersons, leader of all political parties represented in council, honorable councillors, the officials present, members of the media, and most importantly, Sibulise Kubaki Basetwane Speaker, on this very special day. Something about heritage, Speaker, is that we are told if you don't know who you are, you don't have a future. And so the reminder of who we are, where we come from, who our descendants are. We're descending from people who are not timid souls, Speaker. And this, it brings me a moment of joy to see these colors, different colors, because it just shows us that the dream of a rainbow nation is still possible, Speaker. There's a way we can live alongside each other happily and build this beautiful country of ours. So I just want to join the colleagues in celebrating the Heritage Month. Speaker, I just want to share a few things that I think are important for Council's attention before I table the reports, if you may allow me. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we appeared before the Portfolio Committee of COCTA. And in the main, what we were presenting to the Portfolio Committee was the 2023-2024 financial year audit results. We were responding to what happened in the 2023-2024, but also we were pressed in terms of what is it that we are doing, especially as council, in making sure that everything that was not right that happened in that financial year, it's not repeated. Speaker, there are things that we can defend, there are things we can defend. I think for all of us as council members with our various responsibilities, serving in different committees, we have a collective responsibility to make sure that what happened in 2023, 2024, and years before that, it doesn't happen again. We gave assurance to the Portfolio Committee, Speaker, that there's work that is underway. And we are quite progressive in terms of how we're dealing with issues. And one of the issues that AG Speaker raised was the issue of the organizational culture. that the organizational culture wasn't enabling performance management, it wasn't enabling accountability or consequence management, and we were implored as political leadership to work on that. I can assure Council, Speaker, that that work has happened throughout the year, and we have met all the deadlines to the AG so far. And now, obviously, the departments are engaging with Auditor General, and we are looking forward to an improved audit outcomes. It's quite important, Speaker, that the matter of the audit outcomes not be seen as a MACO project alone, that this 214-member council take interest in that improved audit outcome, because there are things we couldn't do, Speaker, because of the audit outcomes that we've been receiving the past 3 years. And one of them is us having half of the capital budget from what we used to have a few years ago and what we have now. And when we go to communities, we see the impact of halving the capital budget. So once we get to improve our audit outcomes, Speaker, we must use that to look for resources so we can take projects to communities where they are needed the most. I thought it was important, Speaker, that I give that feedback. The second one, Speaker, we approached Council in April with our Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy 2025 to 2029. When we presented the strategy to Council, Speaker, we shared the targets that we are aiming for. That a city that used to grow at 6% average in 2011 was growing at 0.3% in 2023. And we looked at our prospects in the city of Tshwane and the sectors that we currently have. And we then said to Council, we are looking to grow our economy by average of 3.9% by 2029. Of course, Speaker, if you are coming from 0.3%, you would think it's impossible to get to 3.9%. We then did the work around what will enable us to achieve the 3.9%. One of the promises that we had made, Speaker, is that we're going to galvanize the private sector to be our partners. We then hosted an investment summit on the 10th of September. In that investment summit, we did 3 things, Speaker. One was just to present ourselves as the city of Tshwane. What is our vision for this city, especially in ensuring that our economic prospects, they thrive. The second one, Speaker, was to say what is it that we have already as the city that we can use to enable and activate the sectors that we have identified as important in this project. But most importantly, what is it that we want we want to offer as a package, a support package to investors that are coming to our city. Speaker, I'm happy to report to Council that when we went into the investment summit, we had set ourselves up for a target of 5 billion rand target of pledges. By the time that we concluded the investment summit, which was 4 hours long, we were at 22 billion rands of pledges. By the time we ended the day, we were at 89 billion rands of pledges, Speaker. Those pledges, Speaker, they differ from different sectors that we have in Tshwane. But we also made a promise that those pledges must be converted into projects so that they can realize some of our objectives, which include supporting SMMEs and creating jobs in our city. And so we promised investors that the ease of doing business will stop being a rhetoric in the city. I'm also happy, Speaker, to announce that on Tuesday, we have launched, together with the GGDA from Gauteng Province and DTIC from the National Department, we have launched a one-stop shop where investors in Tshwane will be assisted. So I think, Speaker, those were quite important. But, Speaker, there's something that Ndabezitha has mentioned about young people. And Ndabezitha, if ababantwana asibagcini bexakekile, bazawufumana abantu abazobaxakekisa. So into efuneka siyenzile, Speaker, we must be intentional about creating economic opportunities for young people in Tshwane. At the same investment summit, we launched Ituba Youth Program, where we are looking to create 30,000 opportunities, either for those who are looking for jobs, need upskilling, need placement in jobs, and those that are already entrepreneurs. So that project, Speaker, it needs the commitment and the support of all council members so that all the communities can benefit from it. So it's a project that we are doing together with private sector. Private sector has been encouraged. They continue to pledge not only on the side of investment, but they're also pledging on the side of making sure that our young people are getting the economic opportunities that they so need. Speaker, I just want to reflect on something that I think all of us, we must be aware of. The Special Council approved a report on the 5% increase for councillors. There has been a perception that...
Sorry, councillors, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
So after approving the 5% increase for councillors, which we know we have budgeted for, Speaker, for this financial year, there has been mixed messages from employees, as if we are leaders who only take care of themselves. I just want to assure Council, Speaker, that we have been in engagement with Labour since we took office in October last year. There's a lot of work that we have done with them. Even now, we are in talks with Labour in terms of how do we correct an injustice that was done to them a few years ago. So it's not that we are not, we have forgotten the commitment. There is an offer that we have put to Labour. We are back in the bargaining council with them. We have tried the Section 50 process, which it did not yield the results, so we headed back to the bargaining council. But I want to assure the employees, Speaker, the commitment that we have made that we don't want to fight employees. In fact, this past 11 months, this city has shown true employees that we can indeed ignite excellence. We have leaned on employees to ensure that we deliver services to the communities. We're not going to change our commitment to them. We just need to conclude on the approach that we're going to take so that we can fulfill the commitment that we have taken. But Speaker, it was not, and I think it's something that we all need to be aware of, to be spoken about as careless leaders, leaders that only want to take care of themselves. It didn't look right, hence I thought it was important that I raise it and also give assurance to Council that there's work that we are doing with Labour. We are not in conflict with Labour at all. And so Speaker, the community of Ikageng in Mamelodi that did not have water for years, there's work that we did with ward councillors as the MECO to a point where now the officials told us that we have withdrawn water tankers from Ikageng because there's water in the taps. What is important, Speaker, when it comes to Ikageng is that there are different interventions. This one was a very short intervention that we implemented while we are implementing a long term. And we want to assure that community that we are working full time to ensure that that water supply that they have, it will not be taken away. And we want to thank the community. I don't know if to call it patience, Speaker, that after 6 years, when you've had water and all of a sudden water is not in the taps anymore. But I think the councillors have been very supportive in making sure that we try the different methods to make sure that water is delivered to the community of Ikageng. Speaker, on the reports, there is a report that is urgent that you mentioned, the report on sinkholes. You will recall the motion that was brought by VF Plus a few months ago. We then, in our discussions with VF Plus, we assured the colleagues that there is work that we are doing with the National Disaster Management Center and that they must allow us some time to see if those initiatives won't yield the results, and we explain the work that we were doing. But Speaker, there's been a change of approach. That the first time that we approached the National Disaster Management Center, that was through a letter that we submitted and we got rejected. That maybe if we are requesting classification with the weight of council resolution, it may change the way that our request has been submitted. Just on Tuesday, Speaker, we had an additional sinkhole in Centurion. For us, this is a disaster. And as council, we can't only look to be helped. We also need to come up with ways in which we're going to deal with the sinkhole disasters that is in Region 4 in the main. So we are asking council support. The reason the report is late, Speaker, is because there's work that we were doing, and then we decided that let's go the route of having a council resolution when we go back to approach the National Disaster Management Center. With all those few words, Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit a report from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in parts 1, 2, 3, and 3A for consideration, as well as annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, the reports are submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to ask the Executive Mayor if she's willing to answer a question. They continue to make all kinds of bold statements that seem to be not true in the end. And the Executive Mayor said that they are not at loggerheads with the labour force and the unions, but the unions seem to be saying something else. So I just wanted to substantiate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, councillors. Executive Mayor, are you willing to respond? I'm asking the Executive Mayor, please. Thank you.
I'm only willing to respond to serious questions, Speaker, not this one.
Thank you very much. Then that means the Executive Mayor is not answering, is not taking the question. Let's move with our agenda. Reference number 95411/forward. 1. Group Finance Service Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 7 to page 14. Recommendations are on page 14. I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker?
Please, can you provide the minutes? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Luel.
Supply chain management deviations serve as a crucial purpose for the municipality by providing flexible to manage exceptional situations for emergencies or single source provision, thus ensuring operational continuity within the city. Speaker, while strict guideline regulations and reporting is to be provided to prevent abuse of any deviation that may occur, the reporting of the 284,780,200 rands has been reported to ultimately support the municipality governance, transparency and accountability. More so with such compliance regulations being ended to enhance the City of Tshwane ability to produce financial statements that are efficient and compliant with the Auditor General standards and requirements to strive for Operation Clean Audit for the financial year in question. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC recommends that the contents of the report be taken into cognizance of the 284,780,200 rands. Deviation amount for the 2024-25 financial year be included as a note in the annual financial statements by the Chief Financial Officer in line with the legislation and policy provisions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luelu. The next speaker is Councillor A. Randall from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you so much, Speaker. There's an African proverb that resonates deeply in this current context, and it says, if you think you're too small to make a difference, you haven't spent a night with a mosquito. The mosquito in this item represents the seemingly insignificant issue of deviations that can have a profound impact when left unattended. It is not the sole service provider deviation, nor the emergency deviation in the case of the Pyramid Fire, but the lack of planning and proper monitoring and management of a contract deviation that is the annoying mosquito in the room. So, Speaker, the question arises then is, which repellent should we use to effectively ensure that these deviations are limited to the absolute minimum? We need baseline human diligence, actively tracking all contracts to prevent recurrence of past challenges, improved contract management, including early warning systems for contracts due to expire, and ultimately guarding against deviations undermining the credibility of our budget process. Now, self-created urgencies often lead to deviations, which in turn then leads to irregular expenditure, potentially creating a perfect storm of bad governance and other challenges that threatens the limited public purse and the delivery of essential services. Both Alderwoman Salowa and I spoke on the 2 deviations recorded in September 24 and November 24 in previous council meetings, and our concerns have been duly recorded. Of serious concern is the BRT deviation to the value of 158 million, a project still struggling to perform, and residents who can tell you exactly what they experience on a daily basis with the work not getting done. We owe it to our residents to deliver effective services and ensure that contractors can participate in the market in a fair and transparent manner. The mosquito may be small, but its impact can be significant. The current administration must act now and ensure that this city of ours thrives. It doesn't help us if investors pledge us billions of rands, but internally we battle with weak systems of controls, poor contract management, and the lack of consequence management. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Sbutana from the Action SA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
There we go. Hey, ke a go dumedisa wena mmusa khotla toropo kholo ya Tshwane. Tota le molokgotla matoropo Khuduthamaga, Kgosigatsana Dr. Nasipi Moya le malokgotla otlhe. A toropo kholo ke dumedisa magosi go Ramatlhangu le Rakekana le bao ba diganyeditseng. Speaker, Action SA rises in critical support of report 95411/1 on deviations. We do so with a clear and uncompromising position. Deviations must be eliminated to the greatest extent possible. This report notes that in 2024-25 financial year, deviations amounted to 284 plus million. This is not a trivial matter, Speaker. The Constitution of the Republic requires that when an organization of state contracts for goods and services, it must do so in a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Excessive reliance on deviations, therefore, undermines this constitutional imperative. Further, the MSA Municipal Systems Act makes it clear that municipalities exercise their authority by developing proper policies, strategies, and appointing service providers in line with due process. And so does the Municipal Structures Act, giving the obligation to council to promote accountability and good governance. Speaker, we agree. The Municipal Finance Management Act allows deviations in emergencies or exceptional cases. But Speaker, we cannot allow what is meant to be exceptional to become normative. Each deviation risks becoming a door left open to irregular expenditure and corruption. Therefore, Action SA recommends Wena City Manager and the CFO to apply the strictest possible performance management systems as mandated in Section 41 of the Municipal Assistance Act, to ensure that incompetent and non-performing officials who repeatedly rely on deviations are held accountable, they are disciplined, or as a standard, dealt with through strict performance management systems. In conclusion, Speaker, Action SA supports cognizance of this report, but we demand that deviations be driven down to zero wherever possible, so as to restore constitutional compliance, fiscal discipline, but also, most importantly, public trust. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'd like to call Councillor Surgeon from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are asked to take cognizance of item 1, the report on deviations for the 24-25 financial year. According to the MFMA, a deviation is when the accounting officer bypasses the normal tender processes because there's an emergency, only one supplier can provide the services, it involves a unique or specialized items, or in exceptional cases where it's impractical to follow normal SEM processes. Yet looking at the table, Mr. Speaker, I noticed deviations that are declared as irregular expenditure due to a number of issues. These are issues that are common in the city of Tshwane. We read how deviations are a result of non-compliance with the MFMA on a grand scale. Other deviations are clearly a result of bad planning and non-functional supply chain management. What bothers me, Mr. Speaker, is that some of these items listed as deviations are actually irregular. Are we sweeping matters under the carpet? Why is irregular expenditure listed as deviations? I know that irregular expenditure is a form of a deviation, but not all deviations are necessarily irregular. There appears to be a classification issue, Mr. Speaker. Irregular expenditure has its own report, and the classification difference between the two is clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I would like to call Councillor Lex Middleburg, the RCT. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I waive. The first item I will be speaking on is item 4. Regrettably, to avoid what happened at the last meeting, I put my name up for every item and then remove it with the Chief Whip as I proceed with my preparations. And if that message is not received, then my name remains on for every item. The first item I speak on is item 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. As recommended. Yes. Councillor Straydom, are you rising on?
Speaker, I was waiting for everybody to speak. I've got an additional recommendation, if you would allow me.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My additional recommendation is that the report be referred to impact for investigation of the additional declared deviations proposed by myself, Councillor Randall, seconded by Alderman Franz Smith. Thank you.
There, Sissy. Go up. It's there. It's up there. Can you raise your hand again so that she can see you? Thank you. Thank you very much. The recommendations read as follows. A report to be referred to MPEG for investigation and of additional declared deviation. Proposer, A.M. Randall, seconder, Councillor Franz Smith. As, leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. Good morning. Councillor Randall, this report was referred in the last meeting that we had. It's already referred to MPEC for further scrutiny in the quarterly report. Therefore, I tried to explain to your leader when we met at programming, so that it doesn't look like we are defending that there should be work done. But in the manner that we are doing, if we are repeating, we are compounding the administrative work that needs to be done, because already that report is referred. There's work that is going to be done. It's going to be investigated. But we can't repeat it here because already it has been referred. If we can just spare ourselves the issue that people that are receiving this report will think that they've got more work. If it doesn't come or if it doesn't, there's no response to it, it will be like there's malice intention to hide things. Therefore, there's no intention to do that. It was done in the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As I tried to explain to the Leader of Executive Business, there is a deviation in this report that was not in the previous reports, and therefore that deviation needs to be referred because it has not been referred previously. Majority of them has, but there is a new addition in this report. It's the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard.
Yes, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, Speaker, let's park it. Let me just engage Councillor Randall and just show her what happened in the last council meeting. If that only deviation was not there, we will then carry and agree to those recommendations.
Okay. I'm giving you that time to engage. It will be proper if we've got 4 minutes on this. Thank you very much, Councillor Makalen. What are you in for?
No, Speaker, I was saying while the engagement is on, maybe it might be prudent that you go to another report, as the Leader of Executive Business have requested that you put it in abeyance until their agreement is reached. Thank you.
May I ask you, Councillor Makalen, to raise that again, then raise your voice a little bit so that I can hear you.
Sorry, I thought I was audible. I was saying we could move to another item as the Leader of Executive Business is still engaging, and he also requested that you could put the report in abeyance. So we could move to the next report and deliberate on that, and then we move on in that. We can come back to it as it is in abeyance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, that's what exactly that I was going to do. Because if we allow engagement in all reports, we'll never finish our meeting. We are going to put this report away, then come back to it, then it sits. Let's move to item 2. Reference number 47834/1, Group Financial Services Department, irregular expenditure for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 15 to page 26. Recommendations are on page 26. I would like to call Councillor Luwele from the ANC. Your 3 minutes. Councillor Luwele, 3 minutes starts now.
The procurement process deviating from standard procedures has the city incurring an amount of 550,053,747 rands and 82 cents as irregular expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the various departments within the city of Tshwane. Speaker, due to the financial oversight and responsibility, nature and potential implications of the irregular expenditure, a thorough investigation needs to be conducted as per Section 32 of the MFA of the said irregular expenditure for the 2024-2025 financial year. This is done to strive for the strengthening of the city's internal auditing processes while striving towards Operation Clean Audit in accordance to AXA regulations. Hence, MPEC has the expertise and authority to investigate these irregularities thoroughly and are able to determine steps which should be taken to recover or rectify such expenditure, and that in recurrence measures are taken to prevent the city from finding itself in a similar irregular expenditure ordeal. Speaker, the ANC supports that the 550,053,747 rands and 82 cents irregular expenditure incurred for the 2024-2025 financial year be referred to MPEC for such investigation and determination of the outcome from the findings. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Makafula from the DA. The 3 minutes, that's now.
On the 24th of April this year, in this very same council, when considering the deviation...
Sorry, Councillor Luella, please switch off. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
This year, in this very same council, when considering the deviation report for the month of January 2025, I brought to the attention of this council that a tender for the supply of fiscal security service under tender TMPD 2 2026-2027 lapsed in January 2024 and was indeed extended without council resolution and could have been disclosed in the deviation report, which was not the case at the time. As the DA, we wrote to the Auditor General to highlight this tender irregularity, and only after we wrote to the AG, it was then declared. Otherwise, it was not going to be able to be declared. From that time, Honorable Speaker, it was clear from the DA that, in fact, the executive does not actually know what is currently happening within the city's administration and has no interest whatsoever in clean governance, since they had the opportunity to can ensure that the replacement tender is finalized before the expiry date of the current tender. Today, Honorable Speaker, the very same tender for fiscal security is reported as irregular expenditure with a whooping amount of 170 million rands, representing a large portion of the total irregularity expenditure incurred in the 2024-2025 financial year. And that, Honorable Speaker, it could have been avoided. Furthermore, Speaker, a tender for monitoring, prevention, and demolition of illegal land and building occupation is also reported as irregular expenditure with an amount of 7 million rand, and the list goes on. While we welcome the recommendation for investigation of the identified expenditure, Honorable Speaker, it is clear that the monitoring and evaluation system that is currently utilized within the city is not effective. Therefore, we call on this administration, Speaker, to review the city's monitoring and evaluation system and put it in a manner that can help identify potential irregularities and lack of performance at the very early stage with a view of correcting the defects and help improve financial management, governance, and service delivery performance. As the Democratic Alliance, Speaker, we don't just only highlight or identify the problem, but we provide alternative solution to the problem because we care about this city and its residents. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Councillor J. Matabate from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, esteemed members of the Executive, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, councillors, most importantly, baagi ba Tshwane, dumelang ba ga rona. Pego e fa pele ga rona gompieno e sekaseka kgang ya botlhokwa jo bogolo. ke ditshenyegelo tse di sa tlwaelegang tsa ngwaga wa ditšhelete wa 2024-2025 tse di fitlhang palo e e kwa godimo ya R550 a dimilione di R33,547 ya diranta le masente a 82. Speaker, we recognize that the irregular expenditure for 2023-2024 was 934 million rand, and the reduction is welcome, but it still must be significantly decreased. This, Speaker, is not a minor administration error. This is not an insignificant oversight. This is R500 million of public funds expended in contravention of the law. The Auditor General has consistently highlighted these issues in the past, cautioning the city about unauthorized irregular expenditure. But we are glad that this has been taken care of by the new administration to ensure that we significantly reduce these amounts to an affordable and manner that can be acceptable. The law is unequivocal. Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Act mandates us not merely suggest, but compels us to take action. Where irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure has occurred, MPEC must therefore conduct a comprehensive investigation, identify those responsible, and determine liability. This council does not have the luxury of inaction. We have a duty to the people of Tshwane, to the rule of law, which is one of the values of my party, and to the principle that the public funds exist for public good. Therefore, Action SA urges this council to promptly refer this matter to MPEC for investigation in accordance with Section 32(2) of the MFA. And let us be clear, Speaker, if this investigation finds that any official, service provider, or individual is responsible, then those funds must be recovered in full, and disciplinary action, civil or criminal proceedings must ensure. Public funds are for service delivery, infrastructure development, and upliftment of our communities, and not for personal pockets. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to call Councillor M. Surgeon from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Matabate, please switch off. Go ahead, Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, this is the report on the irregular expenditure approved for the 24-25 financial year. Without surprise, reasons for irregular expenditure remain the same in just about every single item. It appears that officials working in SCM are allowed to make the same mistakes over and over again. Vital paperwork is left out of the appointment process, and the troubles follow. If we go into the merits of each item on this report, we will be here all day. But what councillors would like to see is more detailed breakdown on each item. Who, why, and how? How are so many contractors appointed without the necessary paperwork? It doesn't matter if it's one political administration or the other. There is no blame game here. The root cause of this problem is a supply chain management process that is deeply flawed. The uncomfortable truth is that it is done deliberately. Every resident in this city knows for a fact that people line their pockets via the supply chain process. This SEM process is willfully neglected. It doesn't matter who is in charge. Until this council empowers itself to take real action against those responsible, this problem will never be solved. The fact of the matter is, we are toothless to do anything about it. All we can do is refer to MPAC and rubber stamp. The taxpayers always ask, what have we done to end corruption? Or get rid of corrupt officials? And what have we done? How many people have been arrested? Where are the disciplinary outcomes? How much money has been recovered? How many cases have been opened? We all know the answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Zanulala Epsen, as recommended. Item 3, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the third quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 23 to page 73. Recommendations are on page 73. On this item, I've got Councillor Malope from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The performance of the supply chain management needs to be monitored correctly to provide insight into the city's operational issues and to improve identified areas of concern in accordance of Section 111 of MFMA and Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulation 6. Honorable Speaker, when such progress monitoring occurs, we see supply chain management policy being heeded for the compliance and fruitful benefit of the city and accurate audit reportings, which leads to achieving a clean audit in terms of Auditor General. More so, Honorable Speaker, the noting of 9.7 million irregular expenditure and total amount of 723 million amounting to awarding of tenders for Q3 will be investigated as per regulation and compliance. Supply chain management, Honorable Speaker, policy within division needs to be continuously monitored for the progress bit and the implementation within the department, as well as establishment of BECs before the bid closing dates to enable finalization from closing date and ensuring effective contract management for the department to operate effectively and efficiently. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the ANC recommends that the contents of the report be taken into cognizance to inform the accounting officer in terms of Section 111 of MFMA read with Municipal SCM Regulation 6 on the implementation of supply chain management policy for the third quarter of 2024 and 25 financial year, and noting of the irregular expenditure for this quarter, for that quarter, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Fosi from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Let him switch off the mic. Speaker, Councillor Malcolm de Klerk will take my turn. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, the DA supports the motivation of this report, but we cannot ignore a serious concern. There are no proper checks and balances over what happens to cables once they are removed, whether through theft, faults, or breakdowns in the electrical fleet. Many of us as ward councillors have stood on site during prolonged outages. We've seen the repairs and we've seen the old cabling loaded into Tshwane vehicles. After that, it disappears. Where does it go? Who accounts for it? Right now, nobody can say. Mr. Speaker, this is not just sloppy administration, it's a missed opportunity. Copper cable is valuable. In a city under financial pressure, we cannot afford to let potential revenue slip away into the shadows. The DA calls on this administration to act, put systems in place, track every meter of discarded cable, strip the copper cores, sell them responsibly and issue receipts. This is how we close the door to abuse and corruption. This is how we create an extra system of revenue. This is how we show the residents of Tshwane that every resource is accounted for and put back into service delivery. Mr. Speaker, accountability and transparency are not optional. They are essential. Let us stop wasting and start acting, and make every asset work for the people of Tshwane. Therefore, I'd like to make an additional recommendation to the report. Mr. Speaker, this report is to be referred to impact for investigation of the reasons of disposal of items, the value of the items being disposed, proposed by myself, Councillor Malcolm de Klerk, and seconded by Themba Fosi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can my team that collects recommendations? Oh, okay. The new addition recommendations that the report be referred to MPEC for investigation of the reasons of disposal of items, the value of the items being disposed. This proposal is done by Councillor de Klerk and seconded by Councillor Fossey. As recommended, as amended. Thank you. Can I then go back to item 1, Leader of the Executive?
Speaker, we are struggling to get to the old council documents. The system doesn't show anything in the last month. Our colleagues from Secretariat are assisting us to get to last council meeting so that we can see what was contained in those deviations. Let's just pack it, continue, Council, Speaker. I'll indicate once we get that document.
Thank you very much. Let's move to item 4. Reference number 03891/1. Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 74 to page 131. And no. Why, Councillor Sergeant, why are you don't stopping me? I didn't call you on the last item. You're okay. Thank you. And then let's move to, we are on item 4, and then on this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The continuous monitoring of the Supply Chain Management Division in terms of irregular expenditure and tender processing is of crucial importance for compliance and audit purposes for the city and accurate audit requirements to achieving a clean audit in terms of AXA. Such compliance, Speaker, improves identified areas of concern in accordance to Section 111 of the MFA and Municipal SCM Regulation 6 and provide insight into the city's operational issues. More so, Speaker, the noting of the amount of 360,159,507 rands and 60 cents relating to irregular expenditure and total amount of 1,362 million amount to rewarding tenders of quarter 4 will be investigated as per regulations and compliance. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC recommends that contents of the report be taken into cognizance to inform the accounting officer in terms of Section 111 of the MFA, read with Municipal SCM Regulation 6 on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year, and noting of the irregular expenditure for the quarter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alderman C. Brink from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please switch off, Councillor Lued. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. In this supply chain management report is an indication that a contractor has been appointed for the purposes of debt collection of the city. And this is very important. It will complement the work being done by Tswani Yatima. And that work is incredibly important because if we don't collect what is due to the city, the financial rescue will not be achieved. And without that, we won't get the credit upgrade to invest in service infrastructure and to improve basic service delivery. But what is critically important, Speaker, is that that credit control and debt collection policy, which these contractors will assist us to enforce, be applied to everyone equally. There should be no exemption for ANC cadres for paying their municipal bills. In the city, Speaker, there's a property owned by the Northwest Housing Corporation, leased to a company called Mzansi Resorts, which is owned by our Deputy Mayor and Finance MMC, Eugene Modise, on the property of the old Marula's son. They owe the city 23 million rand in arrear property rates and water. And yet, there is no credit control being implemented on this property. So once again, Speaker, I invite the Executive Mayor to confirm whether there's one set of rules that apply to ANC cadres and one set of rules which apply to ordinary people. And if it's your finance MMC who is not paying his municipal debt, then surely you've got to not just do credit control, you have to fire him unless he pays his bill.
Yes.
If you want ordinary people to pay their debts, you've got to show the example. That is what leadership is. That thing you can't copy and paste. You either have it or you don't.
Yes.
Speaker, there's one final item in this report which is of extreme concern, and that is theft in this quarter, the last quarter, of 14.1 million rand from the stores of the city of Tshwane. Now, that is an immense criminal enterprise operating from our own offices and our own buildings. And I therefore propose the following, and it's seconded by Jackie Ace, an additional recommendation that the 14.5 million rand theft in the quarter be referred to MPAC for investigation. I thank you, Speaker.
Recommendations, new edition, that the 14.5 million theft in the quarter be referred to MPEG for investigation. Proposer, Councillor Alderman Brink. Seconder, Councillor Ace, as amended. Thank you very much. Let's move to the speakers. Can I then call Councillor Munama from Action SA?
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you and Chief Matlangu and his entourage, the Executive Mayor and her Executive Committee, all protocol observed. Allow me, Speaker, to commend the administration for the significant progress achieved during the fourth quarter of 2024-2025. This report reflects not only compliance, but also transformation and growth. We note, for instances, the tender awards in the growing participation of youth-owned businesses and continued adherence to preferential procurement regulations. These are positive steps towards a fairer, more inclusive supply chain environment.
Hello. Who is calling a point of order? Okay, Chair.
Ke kopa go modula stilo modula khotla ke kopa go botsa ke tlhakatlhakane item e fetsang go feta go nile le yes le no hela ha wa ka wa tsa tshwetso gore go iragalang go nile le yes le no so ke ne ke kopa go itse gore tshwetso e o e tshotseng ke eng
Oh,
re fitile ya ka
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. You mean on the additional recommendations of the previous item? Okay. Let me read it again. That the 14.5 million theft in the quarter be referred to MPEG for investigation. Proposer, Alderman Brink, seconder, Jackie Ace. I'm asking again, as amended. Yes, so, yes, Councillor Makaren.
Speaker, we will be setting a wrong precedent because we have already dealt with the report. If it was for information, it was better. But now you want to redo the whole item. It can't be. For information sharing, you can do, but for redoing the whole process, it can't be. It's against the rules, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. My colleague is correct. What Councillor Randall did, it's what Councillor Brink was supposed to do. Allow all the speakers to speak. Don't spend... Yeah, but don't be chachara. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chair. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chair. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chair. You look flowery, but on this one, just keep quiet. Speaker, my colleague is correct in saying this spends confusion. I'm not talking to you, Jackie. Now just allow me to speak. I allowed you to speak. Give me a chance to speak. Thank you. Councillor Neo is correct, Speaker. In the middle of speaking, you can't divide the House or bring your recommendations. I'm saying the agreement in Council is what Councillor Randall did. She allowed everybody to... You are just a mosquito.
Councillor Ace, can you allow the...
Councillor Randall spoke about a mosquito, and I hear you are a mosquito. We want to follow the discussions. If there are different recommendations, we take them at the end. There's no harm in submitting recommendations at that point because of we want to listen and follow on the discussions. But if, and we've been doing it, Speaker. The issue here is that we might want to withdraw ourselves from what is already submitted, which is not the spirit. The spirit is, let's be consistent about the traditions of how we approach reports. Because we are not differing with the investigation on the 14 million. But we are saying, allow us to listen to every speaker. And if some of the speakers have the same recommendations, we align ourselves to one thing that we're doing.
Thank you very much. Can I make this thing clear? Wait. Can I make this thing clear? Councillor Fosi, thank you. Let me clarify this. Councillor Fosi, let me clarify this. Before, I would listen to all speakers and take recommendations. Then at a later stage, you told me that I'm doing something wrong. I must listen to the recommendation first. Then after that, continue with the speakers. So that's what I've been doing recently, because you reprimanded me to say I'm doing the wrong thing, to ignore the recommendation, to deal with it after the speakers have spoken. So I want you to give me one thing that you are not going to change. I want you to give me one thing, and I don't want, wait, Council, I'm speaking. I don't want dialogue. I want agreement. Uba, do we deal with the recommendations after all the speakers has been doing what I was doing, and you told me that I'm breaking the law? Then I came back to say I'm dealing with the recommendations when they are coming in. So can you then agree which one do you want me to take? Because I don't want to deal with your feelings. I want to deal with the right thing. Yes, Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. All of this on when you are supposed to be dealing with recommendations and the discussion about that is actually beside the point. The point is you've made a ruling and you can't go back on it. That's the point. So whether you take recommendations when, the rule says if a recommendation comes from the floor, you need to take it. And you have dealt with this recommendation. We adopted it. The other side of the room said nothing. So you can't go back on it. Thank you.
I hear you, Councillor Ace. You are not assisting me. I hear you what you are saying. What I'm saying is, you must agree if I take the recommendations during the speakers or after the speakers are done. You must agree. Don't dialogue it. Don't debate it. You must agree. Come together and agree and give me one thing that you must move on it. And make sure that you don't come back and say, we are changing it, Speaker, because it favors you. Because this, all of you agreed when I was told that I'm breaking the law. All of you agreed. Now you are changing it again. So can you agree on what is it that you want to channel this? Deputy Chief Whip, then I noted you, Councillor. I'm coming to you, Councillor. I must acknowledge other councillors. Deputy Chief Whip and Councillor, is it Matlangu? Okay. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think you've been flexible on this issue throughout. If I remember correctly, earlier on, Councillor Randall did the same, and you were flexible. It's just that now, because it's to the advantage of the official opposition, that is why the Chief Whip is hell-bent on it being carried the same way. Now, my proposal will then be, let's stick to how you've been approaching it in this meeting, and then we'll take it to Wipari. We will confirm in the next meeting as to how are we going to handle it going forward. But for now, let's allow you to handle it the same way that you are handling it. Be flexible, because we're bound to sleep during this meeting again. And because it suits the other party, it doesn't suit the other, then we'll have this continuous debate. Even if we ensue on a debate right now, we won't be able to resolve it, and we're going to delay the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is it?
No, thanks very much, Speaker. Alderman Malulega raised a very important point. We can't just allow recommendations while there's still speakers on the floor. So don't allow these ones to mislead you, Speaker. Let us proceed with how you've been proceeding with the meeting. There are still speakers on the floor. So how can we make recommendations while speakers are still on the floor?
Councillor Cheki, Ace, and leader of the executive after that.
Speaker, we know that the government of the day, they like to say things and pretend things and do all of, like 5 potholes and 70,000 street lights and things like that. So don't let them mislead you. We've got a rule book. We don't need to agree on things. We've agreed on it already in the rule book. And the rule book states that you can bring a recommendation at any time during a report, which is what was done. What is more is the fact that you have already made a ruling. It has already been adopted. You asked, as recommended, we said yes, they were sleeping, not our problem. The recommendation has passed.
Thank you very much. Can I, the leader of the executive, before you come in, as your hand was up, can I say this to all of you? Can I say this to all of you? Thank you. Let us not, Councillor Fosi, the speaker is speaking. Let us not let us not use the rules when they favor us. Then when they don't favor us, we don't use them. I'm saying I've been following the rules to take recommendations while we are still having speakers. And all of you, not any side to say this side or this side, all of you said, I mustn't do that. I must take recommendation at the end of the speakers. And now you are changing again, and you are reminding me of the rules, the same rules that you ignored. So, leader of the executive, you are the last speaker on this, then we move on.
No, Speaker, I want to invite you to that item that we skipped. Arguing with the opposition will waste our time because I agreed. I said hither to my submission. We are agreeing with what is submitted because it can't be reversed. But I wanted to caution them. The noise that is coming from her, I don't know whether she wants to be seen on YouTube, that she's representing a community and patching a small pothole with cement and other things. We are agreeing that there's a recommendation on that is already submitted. But we were just reminding you that this morning, Councillor Randall did what we've agreed upon as a tradition of this House. There's no harm in the submission, it's fine. It must be investigated at 14.1 million.
Thank you very much. You will still indicate on item 1, eh? Okay.
I got what it
Press it again, leader of the executive.
No, Speaker, I want to request that we continue with what Councillor Randall has submitted. If there's a repeat on the referral, it will be handled administratively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to item 1 as amended. Let's move to item 5. Reference number 19038/1, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for July. Oh, nabona ke lento yenu yokuphazamisa too much. Okay, let's, there's this one before Councillor Munama come in. That the 14.5 million theft in quota be referred to MPEG for investigation, proposed by Councillor Brink or Alderman Brink, seconded by Councillor Jackie Ace, as amended. I'm repeating it again. Thank you. Councillor Munama, my apologies, ma'am, my apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask that you give me my 3 minutes. I'm starting afresh. I was unfairly interrupted. Thank you, Speaker. Like I said, allow me to commend the administration for the significant progress achieved during the fourth quarter of 2024-2025. These reports reflect not only compliance, but also transformation and growth. We note for instance, the tender awards in the growing participation of youth-owned businesses and continued adherence to the preferential procurement regulations. These are positive steps towards a fairer, more inclusive supply chain environment. However, Speaker, we cannot shy away from the fact that supply chain management has also faced serious challenges. Deviation, while legislated, are meant to be a last resort in exceptional circumstances, not as a standard practice. The city over-reliance on Regulation 36 of the Supply Chain Management Regulation is a matter of concern, as it undermines transparency and weakens public confidence in our processes. Furthermore, the deviation and irregular expenditure occurred during the 2024-2025 financial year were not entirely justifiable. Where investigation confirms wrongdoings, we appeal to the city manager that he must ensure full compliance with Section 32 of the MFMA. This includes recovering funds from officials where applicable, and where necessary, opening criminal cases. Consequence management, Speaker, is not optional, is a legal and ethical duty. In conclusion, Speaker, let us build on progress already achieved, but let us also firm where accountability is required. The people of Tshwane expect both service delivery and integrity. And it is our duty to ensure that the supply chain management upholds the highest standard of fairness and responsibility. I will end here, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I call Councillor Mushidi, ACDP? 3 minutes. Tabang.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Reading this report leave one with a great anxious. Speaker, on page 89, we are presented with a list of various orders, but the reasons are beyond mainly sketch. And there is nothing that is actually justified in any of these various orders and the additional cost of incur as a result. On page 88, we learned that your own office, Speaker, paid 290,000 for any audio visual presentation system and the bottled water for IDP public participation meeting. There were 7 of these meetings with an average of less than 200 attendants at each meeting. How is this justified? Still, with your own office, Mr. Speaker, how do you justify 275,000 for load hailing services for 2 days? On page 90, we get a list of irregular expenditure. Where is the report of MFMA? Section 32, recovering against the accounting officer. For instance, on page 92, we learned that the Tsimeng project were paid more than 10 million, more than their already bloated 60 million contract for the trashless sewer placement, for no other reason than that the accounting officer failed to accurately monitor and manage the executive of the contract. Contract management and monitoring ultimately the responsibility of the account officer. Where is the consequences management? Mr. Speaker, we are requesting to mainly note this report. How is it the responsibility execution of our own responsibility as councillors? How can this be the recommendation of MECO? Because apparently our MECO believe we only need to take notice of this list of average. Thank you, Speaker. I will finish here.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor Mickelberg, RSRCT? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot to unpack here. Under the heading Approval of Irregular Expenditure, we find, for instance, the extension of a 3-year contract beyond the 3-year limit, requiring compliance with Section 33 of the MFMA. Yet this report mentions nothing of that compliance. Slippage due to bad contract management does not absolve this council from that requirement. Then there are the contracts from your own office, Mr. Speaker. For example, as my colleague has mentioned, the approval of a contract to render load hailing services for 2 days at a cost of 275,000 rand. The Systems Act provides for the protocol for communicating with the general public in Section 21. It does not include load hailing as an option, and it would require a decision of this council to act beyond the scope of that act. Even if we approve this method, there is no world in which this cost is reasonable. It exceeds the total cost of all other methods of communication with the public combined. How do you justify that? Then there is the appointment of town planners to legalize the illegally developed Leeuwfontein Township. The point here is that the developers of Leeuwfontein are likely guilty of every one of the crimes committed by the Kleinfontein developers. They laid out urban, if we can call it that, on farmland.
Sir, Councillor, what are you raising on, Councillor Jacob?
Apologies, Lex. If you're banking on anybody listening to you over the YouTube, they can't hear anything, so I just want to correct that before you carry on. Thank you. Speaker.
Go ahead, Councillor Milkberg.
Waiting for the microphone to come back on. I reclaim my time. Then there is the appointment of the town planners to legalize the illegally developed Leeuwfontein Township. The point here is that the developers of Leeuwfontein are likely guilty of every one of the crimes committed by the Kleinfontein developers, according to a judgment of this court, of the High Court. They laid out urban, if we can call it that, on farmland and sold these urban, still part of undivided land, in contravention of every law applicable. That is a crime with a 20-year prison sentence associated with it. Paying the cost of township development is for the account of the developer. It is not the business of this council to subsidize unlawful conduct and crimes. It should be noted that I have been in correspondence with the municipal manager at the time this irregular contract was awarded, and despite the fact that revealing this to me in his written replies would have been relevant in that context, he withheld this information from me at all times. This, of course, now raises the issue of how much this council will allocate to this to subsidize the criminal behavior of other illegal and even criminal developments, and yes, Kleinfontein may now legitimately expect to be treated likewise. Where are we going to get the funds to legalize every one of these illegal developments? The report cannot just be noted. It must be carefully scrutinized by MPAC, and I trust that they will take note of the egregious irregularities documented herein. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then move to item 5. Reference number 19038/1, Group Financial Service Department, Supply Chain, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, we just want to remind you that we are at the end of the report. Then we need to consider this report, that report, as amended. Because you are missing that part because of the confusion earlier on. Let's deal with that part for recording purposes.
Thank you very much. Then let's close item 4 as recommended. As amended, sorry. Thank you. Item 5, thank you, Leader of the Executive. Item 5, 19038/1, Group Financial Service Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for July 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 132 to page 135. Recommendations are on 135. On this item, I've got Councillor or Alderman D. Vanderberg and Councillor Hosman. D. Vanderberg, your 3 minutes starts now. Alderman? Jackie? Councillor Hayes? Alderman must speak. It's his term. Alderman?
She's not prepared, she wants to speak. She's the way that moves everything.
So you are not speaking. Can we move?
She's Holy Spirit, they must pass through her.
Okay, thank you very much. Then Councillor Hosman.
thanks, Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, it is obvious fact that no one can keep a good man down. I think in this case, I'll paraphrase, no one can keep a good woman down. It is indeed the case with this report where the city has witnessed no deviation. I mean, it's something we haven't seen in a long time, especially under the previous regime. Deviations in MFMA refers to, for those who don't know, instances where municipality have to deviate from the official procurement process, example, a competitive bidding and others. Though these deviations are permissible under certain circumstances like emergency or a special circumstance, they should be infrequent, ideally. So the frequent request of deviation actually signals poor planning, they actually signal ineffective governance, or simply a possible fraud and or corruption. So I'm pleased to report that there were no deviations in the procurement process. That means every procedure was followed to the letter. This marks a clear improvement from the previous damning audit report that we received at the city under the leadership of DA in the past, which flagged deviation as one of the core issues that stood in the way of progress. What we once seen as a pipe dream when the DA was still at the helm of the city is now a reality during the current administration led by Dr. Moya. It's better to be awake than to be asleep now. We have turned the page and we are moving forward with transparency, accountability, and efficiency at the heart of our work. I don't know about Speaker, for the first time, I mean, we are now enjoying the provision of services. The leaking water issues are attended to and so forth. Action SA fully supports this report. I thank you, my Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 6, reference number 87259/1, Zitobeni Schools. Group Property Department proposed transfer of even 2234 Zitobeni, 2535 Zitobeni Extension 2, and 834 Zitobeni to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 136 to 158. Recommendations are on 158. On this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press 1, man. Press 1, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The City of Tshwane, as per the Land Asset Register, has 3 properties in Zitobeni with developed schools within the properties which require to be transferred to the Gauteng Provincial Government as they are not utilized by the city for any municipal purposes but for educational purposes rather. Speaker, the said transfer will empower the city to claim rates and taxes from the Gauteng Provincial Government, thus enhancing revenue collection for the municipality following the transfer of the said properties. Also emphasizing the transfer of the properties at market values and the community values as stipulated in the report. More so, Speaker, upholding transparency, legal compliance, and fairness in the city's dealings regarding property transactions is of utmost importance, and that all land management policy regulations be upheld for the success of the transfer process. Also highlighting the importance to protect municipal servitudes by registering servitudes in favor of the municipality. Regarding all that has been said, Speaker, the ANC support the approval for the transfer of F2234 Zitobeni, 2535 Zitobeni Extension 2, and 835 Zitobeni to the Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes in terms of Section 14 of 6 of Municipal Finance Management Act, Act 56 of 2003, and the Land Management Policy approved on 28th March 2019. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor De Bruin from Action SA, 3 minutes, that's now. Press one, Councillor.
Greetings to you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, fellow councillors, distinguished guests and valued residents of the capital city. Today we are tasked with considering the proposed transfer of ERF 2234, ERF 2539, Extension 2 and ERF 834, which are already developed and occupied by schools, to the Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. These properties are already occupied by the following schools: Kutumela Secondary School, Mshuluzane Maisela Primary School, and Khoro Primary School. This decision is not merely a procedural step, but a strategic investment in the future of our young people and the upliftment of Zitobeni. Fellow councillors, I stand firmly in support of this recommendation, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes for the reasons I will outline. Speaker, this transfer is long overdue. In terms of Section 14, subsection 6 of the MFMA and Section 112 of the Town Planning and Township Ordinance, land reserved for state purposes should have been transferred to the province within 6 months of township proclamation. By finalizing this transfer, we will not only comply with legislation, but also empower the Gauteng Provincial Government to take full responsibility for the school's infrastructure, rates and taxes. Currently, the province faces unnecessary delays when seeking to upgrade these schools because the city retains ownership. This slows down improvements and places learners at risk where urgent repairs are needed. Transferring ownership will remove these barriers and allow the provincial government to deliver safe, modern and functional learning environments our children deserve. Speaker, Action SA firmly believes that education is the cornerstone of opportunity and community upliftment. This transfer is not just an administrative task, it is a practical step towards giving the learners of Zitobeni access to quality infrastructure that supports their success. Let us not underestimate the ripple effects of this decision. Quality education is a foundation of economic empowerment and social stability. By supporting this transfer, we are investing in a generation that will drive Zitobeni's future, youth who can aspire to higher education, skilled trades or leadership roles. The province has pledged to expedite infrastructure projects, potentially including solar power installations or digital learning labs, which the city's budget constraints have delayed. This is a practical step towards narrowing the inequality gap, a cause Action SA has championed since our inception. Action SA therefore supports this report not only to comply with our legal obligations, but to make a tangible investment in the future of our young.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Before I call the next speaker, I just want to be sure, Councillor Mikkelberg, you are the next speaker on this item, and you are speaking in all items, so I want to be clear on that.
Mr. Speaker, as I explained to you, if my message to the Chief Whip does not come through where I withdraw my names from certain items, as I do my preparation, my name is on for all items. My next item I will speak on is item 13. You can ignore, yes, you can ignore those in between.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 7. Reference number 27137/2, Madiba Heights. Group Property Department proposed transfer of F251, F256/2, RF257/1/2/3, 3R and /4/5/6/7, F58/1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, RF303/1, 2, and and F304, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and R, Pretoria to the Gauteng Partnership Fund of subsidiary of Gauteng Government on Human Settlement. This report is on page 159 to 217. Recommendations are on 184. And I've got Councillor Tema, ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will be presenting the report. It's Councillor Ngubeni.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Speaker. The Madiba Heights, formerly known as Vermeulen Point Project, where four residential blocks are intended to be developed by GPF to accommodate at least 604 residential units, will be a great beneficial to the city and the community of Ward 58 at large. Speaker, such developments will accelerate housing delivery for the city and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, creating assets and wealth building, improving property market functionality, and enhance strategic land use within the city of Tshwane, as well as prompting residents to move close to the work environment. Speaker, the transfer of the said properties to GPF, who are the subsidiary of Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, will not bear any financial implication to the city, as the transfer cost will be borne by GPF. Speaker, public participation in such instance highlights the importance of upholding transparency, legal compliance, and fairness in all city dealings, especially those which pertaining to property transaction that impacts on our community and stakeholders. Speaker, the African National Congress approved the reports and the recommendation as contained in page 184. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Matloung from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Matloung. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker, and all protocols observed. Action SA caucus support the transferring of the 28 properties that are in question here to the Gauteng Provincial, to the Gauteng Partnership Fund, with the anticipation that the required legislation will be followed, of course, Speaker. We support this splendid initiative of developing 4 residential blocks in the inner city at Madiba Heights, which is expected to accommodate about 604 residential units on completion. Action SA stands for socio-economic justice. We advocate for the accessibility and affordability of housing provision for all, which will be closer to economic opportunities. We call for spatial justice for all residents of this city, Mr. Speaker. With the current huge housing backlog and the continuous mushrooming of informal settlements around the city, this initiative will alleviate housing shortage in general and social housing in particular, and we welcome it in, with both hands. While we appreciate efforts to improve housing provision through this initiative, we call on the city to deal with the negative impacts that are affecting housing provision, which include hijacking of buildings in the city, the reluctance to pay for provided housing, land invasions, which lead to the mushrooming of informal settlements. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, Item 8. Yes, Councillor Ace.
Speaker, I'd just like to request a 15-minute caucus, please.
How many minutes?
15. 1-5.
1-5. Granted.
Thank you.
Ring the bells, please. Can we all be seated? My people at the back, can you ring the bell? Today. Can we all take our seats, please? Thank you very much. Can we all take our seats, councillors? Councillor Ace, can we have a feedback, please?
No, look now.
Councillor S, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have consulted with the MMC for Corporate and Shared and the leader of Executive Business, and they have agreed to withdraw the report and bring it back next month. So I'm leaving it with the mayor, as she's got the right to do so. Thank you.
Talking about item 8. Okay, thank you very much. Can I finish the item 7 as recommended? Thank you. Which report that is? Okay, over to you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yes, we've listened to the submission from our colleagues and we will take it back. We are asking to withdraw it and then we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move then to item 9. Reference number 71612/1. Group Property Department proposed transfer of portion of F2652 Stink Water Extension 1 to Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 433 to page 459. Recommendations are on 445. And then on this item, I have Councillor Tsiane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Leader of the Executive. Just a moment, Councillor.
Speaker, the name there is Stank Vater, as the Vater what stank.
Stank Vater.
We were forcefully removed from where the military camp is, and we were taken to that place called Stank Vater.
Stank Vater.
Okay. People were worried about the water that was stinking there.
Okay. Yeah. So, Gamanda Nogayo.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you. And, okay, Councillor, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Mandibulise kuwo somlomo nakuso dolophu nesekela lakhe. Ithi mandingene emxholweni. This initiative embodies our shared vision of fostering community development, enhancing service delivery, and strengthening partnership between municipality and provincial governments. The benefits of this development are multifaceted. Firstly, community multipurpose centers serve as vital hubs for social cohesion, local economic activity, and community well-being. They provide accessible spaces for health services, recreation, education, and social support, contributing significantly to improved quality of life. The availability of such centers is especially crucial in underserved communities, fostering inclusivity and strengthening community resilience. Secondly, by transferring this land to the Gauteng provincial government, we uphold principles of good governance and ensuring that assets are used in the most effective way for the community benefit. The facility, once operational, will create employment opportunities and ongoing operational phases, directly contributing to local economic growth and skills development. Furthermore, the completion and operationalization of this community facility will serve as a catalyst for additional development and upliftment in the area, fostering a safer, more connected community with access to essential services. Speaker, the ANC fully support this proposed transfer, recognizing the immense community benefits and importance of fostering cooperative governance. Doing so will accelerate community development, improve service delivery, and uphold our commitment to building a more inclusive and resilient city. Enkosi Somlomo.
Siyabulela kakhulu mama wami. Ngicela ukubiza uCouncillor De Brain from the Action SA.
And I can, Sir Speaker, it is with immense pride and conviction that I rise today to support the report before us, recommending the transfer of a portion of ERF 62652 in Stankwater. I hope you heard that, Speaker. Stankwater to the Gauteng provincial government for community purposes. This is not merely a transaction of land. It is a bold investment in the future of Stankwater, a township too long burdened by water scarcity, sanitation challenges, and systematic neglect. This aligns seamlessly with Action SA's core policies of effective service delivery, intergovernmental cooperation, and accountable governance, ensuring that Stankwater's residents are not left behind. This transfer embodies our commitment to leveraging public assets to deliver tangible outcomes, as we have supported in similar moves before. Honorable Councillors, this report aligns with our duty to prioritize underserved communities. It opens doors to new facilities, perhaps training hubs or health centers that will complement the center's work, tackling unemployment and social challenges head-on. Despite Tshwane's budgetary pressures and recent protests in Amaskral, this transfer ensures Stankwater's needs are met through provincial resources without disrupting existing services, with the support of the city, of course. As a councillor, I urge this council to approve this report. This is cooperative governance in action, while accountable, community-driven, and forward-looking. I call on my fellow law councillors to vote in favour, sending a clear message: Stankwater's future is our priority. Our task does not end with today's approval. Let this decision translate into visible development on the ground, so that the people of Stankwater can see that the council's work is not just words but action. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, let's move to item 10, reference number 24932/2. Group Property Department proposed transfer of even 8616 Winterfeld, 5805 Karankuwa Unit 4, and 3197 Stinkwater, extension 2, to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 460 to page 495. Recommendations are on page 473. I've got Mamu Palwane. Mamu Palwane, your 3 minutes starts now. Is she here? Press it, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. The strategic intent of this transfer aligns closely with our overarching goal to strengthen intergovernmental cooperation and ensure efficient service delivery to our communities. These properties host fully functional health facilities, specifically clinics, which are vital to ensuring accessible health care for residents in Garankuwa, Winterveld, and Stinkwater. While these properties are currently zoned as municipal and educational, their function as clinics makes them integral. Community-enabled health infrastructure, recognizing that they are no longer required primarily for municipal purposes. The transfer to the Gauteng Provincial Government allows for the continued operation of these clinics without overburdening our land management system. Moreover, Speaker, the transfer absolves the city from rate and tax obligations, transferring full responsibility for their maintenance, security, and operational management to the province. Speaker, I want to emphasize that this transfer exemplifies the essence of cooperative governance, where different spheres of government work together to serve citizens more effectively. It will ensure that our residents continue to benefit from well-maintained, accessible health services without unnecessary administrative or financial burden on the city. In closing, Speaker, the ANC supports the approval of the transfer as outlined, recognizing that it will strengthen intergovernmental relations, benefit our communities by ensuring continued access to health services, and enable the city to focus on its core municipal functions. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palwane. And that was the speaker, only speaker on this item as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm calling for lunch. Now it's 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 2:30. What order? Are you ordering the lunch? What is the point of order?
No, it's not a point of order, Speaker. It is just there was late reports that was loaded and we haven't had time to caucus on them. So I am asking if we can get 45 minutes extra to just caucus next to lunch.
I just gave you 30 minutes extra from an hour. So use that 30 minutes, Councillor, please. You can say I must add 10 minutes instead, not 45 minutes on top.
Okay.
So let's come back at 20 to 3.
Okay.
20 to 3, we are coming back. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Can we all take our seats? Please take your seats so that we count the quorum. Please, councillors, take your seats. We are counting the numbers. Thank you very much, councillors. We are a quorum. Now we are going to proceed with our meeting. With respect, councillors, please take your seats. Councillor Mushidi, can you go to your seat? Thank you very much. Can I then request Councillor Ace, as he has requested extra time, and that was provided. Can she give us a feedback? Thank you. Councillor Ace.
Speaker, thank you for allowing us the caucus. We just caucused on the two late reports and we've got a position to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please switch off your mic. Thank you. Let's move then to item 11. Reference number 76335/1. Group Property Department proposed list of option of F95 Marolena, and this report is on page 496 to 522. Recommendations are on 510. On this item, I've got Councillor Tema. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chief Speaker. It's going to read by Councillor Sinkhole.
Go ahead.
The proposal brought forth by the Executive Committee to endorse by the Mayoral Committee aligns strongly with our strategic priority to foster a city that facilitates economic growth and job creation. The proposal aims to lease a designated section of R95 Mayoral, a public space zone as per the Tshwane Town Planning Scheme, specifically to establish a vibrant area with shipping containers for service such as takeaway coffee, ice cream stands, fresh juice, and healthy snack, and the local study area. This initiative will greatly enhance the recreational value of the park, encouraging the community engagement and attract residents and visitors alike. Speaker, the benefit of this special extend across the economic, health, environmental, and the social domains. Firstly, this lease opportunity promotes economic value by unlocking new revenue streams for the municipality through a rental income. It also stimulates a local economic development by providing opportunities of a small business and entrepreneur and timely creating jobs. Secondly, the proposal supports the health and the environmental benefit of parks and recreation areas by fostering a lovely, attractive space in encouraging outdoors activities, social interaction, and healthier lifestyle, which contributes positively to community well-being. Additional carefully protection measures such as preventing construction over a municipal services and safeguard existing infrastructure ensure that the environment and the municipal assets are remain secure. Thirdly, the social importance of well-utilized parks cannot be overstated. We designed a recreational hub like this play a vital role in the fostering a social cohesion, providing safe spaces for families and the youth, and enhance all the equality of its and residents. Speaker, while this initiative is vital, we wish and emphasize that the similar approaches are equally important as there are parks and recreation facility across the city too. Developing a vibrant multifunctional spaces through the lease of the...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor Annie Marie. FF plus 3 minutes starts now.
Away.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 12. Reference number 13783/1, Group Human Capital Management Department adoption of a new artisan training and development framework. This report is on page 523 to 567. Recommendations are on 529. On this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Speaker Somlomo. The primary purpose of this, Evan. Speaker, I may be protected. Order, please.
You are safe.
What's it mean? It's Councillor for OC there, man. I'm suspecting.
Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor.
No, thank you, Speaker. I've been requested by my honorable colleagues to start from the onset. Somlomo, alhamdulillah, salam alaikum. The primary purpose of the Tshwane New Artisan Training and Development Framework, Speaker, is to address a skills shortage and indeed to reduce unemployment by equipping young people with practical experience. You will know, Speaker, that the city has been embarking on strategic priorities that includes strategic pillar 2, 3, and 9 that aligns with the objectives of the city. So this integral part of the whole program seeks to set the city apart from other municipalities. And the framework aims to create job opportunities, develop in-house expertise for municipal needs, and contribute to the economic, socio-economic development of the city metropolitan. Additionally, Speaker, the Artisan Training and Development Framework aims to provide fair access to accredited artisans training, recognize prior learning for current workers, and facilitate career progression through trade tests. Speaker, adopting this new artisan training framework is both advantageous and necessary to address service delivery needs in all the entire city. This will help to reduce unemployment rate among young people. You would know that currently the city is seeing just around 32.6 of unemployment rate of young people entirely in the city. So part of this strategic priority is to deal with that challenge, challenge that we see in the city. The city has reserved a significant portion of its will program, sit specifically for artisans, providing valuable working exposure to address service delivery issues. This framework, Speaker, will encourage embracing technology, integrating sustainability, and promoting a commitment to a green economy within the built environment. Initiatives that include filing vacancy technical training, post to expand the program's overall capacity. Speaker, the city surely seeks to prioritize artisans, this artisans training to improve service delivery and build capacity to meet the growing demand for skilled artisans needed in various industries within this city. That will indeed contribute to a broader development of the city through this municipality. Surely, this initiative not only will develop vital.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, can I call Councillor Mwalus from the Action SA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, and fellow colleagues and employees. This report seeks to the adoption of a new artisan training and development framework by the City of Tshwane. This framework is a vital revision of the existing policy necessary to align with new legal requirements, labor legislation, and a vision of inclusive skills development. The new framework aims to establish standardized training and development process for artisans. It is rooted in addressing the national skill deficit and ensuring that the City of Tshwane has a human capacity for effective service delivery. There are 5 compelling reasons for the adoption and support of this report. Action SA does that. The first is the mitigating skills deficiency, skills deficit and economic growth by addressing the skills mismatch in our labor market by building a pipeline of accredited artisans in scarce infrastructure-related fields, example, electrical, plumbing, and welding. This will foster local economic development and ensure that the city can maintain critical infrastructure. The second one is the legal compliance and risk reduction. This framework ensures that the city addresses latest SLGBC regulations regarding annual allowance adjustment and also compliance with the Municipal Staff Regulations and Skills Development Act. The third one is the service delivery and efficiency. The framework creates a competent skilled artisans to ensure efficient, effective, and accountable service delivery and maintenance of city assets, directly supporting the constitutional mandate of local government. The fourth point is the fairness, inclusive, and professionalism. The new artisan training development framework bridge specifically addressing inclusive by opening pathways for learners and also recognizing the pure learning process. The fifth point is it promotes financial stability and consistently ensuring the long-term sustainability and transparency of the program. In conclusion, Speaker, we support that as Action SA. The report concludes that the new artisan training and development framework is an important document that will enhance service delivery, ensure compliance with relevant legislation, and support the professionalization of both the city staff and local youth in our community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kreb from FF Plus, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. When reading the report on the Artisan Training and Development Framework, noting that the long-term goal is a good one, and it will, one needs to admire the process, where the unemployed will be skilled as artisans. Considering the benefits that will bring to the unemployed, the reality of the kickbacks for this needs to be also noted. 20% credit on tax when submitting your WSP and ATR report, a credit refund from SETA, and payments made when handing in previous mentioned reports. Although the thought to linger, one must consider also the following: even though the training facility is accredited to do the training, revising the current training more specific to the individuals of petrol and diesel mechanics need to be redeveloped and reaccredited. Making the statement, it can be substantiated by the number of City of Tshwane vehicles currently at various third-party contractors and not available to meet service delivery needs to be repaired where mechanical failure was identified. Also, though, the thought of having a service vehicle standing for waiting for a flicker light bulb to be changed, taking 6 months, is unacceptable. Again, a noble gesture, and none what can work, but putting the cart before the horse, where being accredited and providing accredited training that can benefit the city and not meeting industry standards is surely a recipe for disaster. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Deputy Williams Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Right, so I will be quick with this. All protocols observed. So today we rise in support of the critical step towards the step forward for our city, the adoption of the new artisan training and development framework for the city of Tshwane. Colleagues, our city is facing two pressing realities: a growing infrastructure maintenance backlog and a generation of young people locked out of employment and economic opportunities. This new framework is designed to address both. Through this policy, we are building a pipeline of homegrown certified artisans, electricians, plumbers, welders, fitters, and more, trained to serve the technical needs of our communities and ready to power the economy of tomorrow. This framework builds on the strong foundation already laid by the Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy, which have produced over 3,000 artisans to date. But now we aim to scale up, modernize, and make this program more inclusive, particularly to young people, women, and people with disabilities. The framework proposed the following key improvements: stronger alignment between training and the real needs of our municipal departments, so we train for the work that we must do. Expand access with bridging programs and support systems so that no willing learner is left behind. Deeper partnerships with CETAs, TVET colleges, and the private sector to expand resources and create pathways to employment or entrepreneurship. Quality assurance and accreditation to ensure that every artisan trained is nationally recognized and work ready. And importantly, to the integration with our service delivery programs so that training supports improve infrastructure maintenance in our communities. Let us not miss this opportunity to lead as a developmental municipality. I therefore urge Council to adopt this framework and to commit to the necessary support to ensure its successful implementation. Together, let us equip Tshwane's youth with the tools to rebuild, maintain, and transform our city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker as recommended. Let's move to item 13. Reference number 19208/1, Office of the City Manager Department, report on signing of performance agreements by Section 54A and Section 56 employees for financial year 2025-2026. This report is on page 568 to 752. Recommendations are on 573. On this item, I've got Councillor Tsiane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Ndiyabulela Somlomo. The report on the performance agreement signing indicates that municipal employees, including Section 54A and 56 managers in South African local government, must jointly develop and sign individual performance agreements with their supervisors to set goals, monitor progress, and meet deadlines for quarterly reports. Failure to submit reports can result in forfeiture of performance bonuses to pay progression, highlighting the formal nature and crucial accountability of these agreements within the performance management system. Section 54A and Section 56 employees in municipalities are often referred to as senior managers who are responsible for key strategic functions, holding key management positions within the city. These performance agreements are a requirement under the Municipal Systems Act to ensure performance management and accountability. Speaker, employees in South African municipalities are required to enter into performance agreements with their immediate supervisors. The agreement is a collaborative effort with the employee and supervisor jointly developing specific performance goals and targets aligned with the organization's broader strategic objectives, contributing to overall success. The agreements are aimed at improving performance and service delivery, serving a key step in the city's efforts to enhance its organizational culture and address issues like corruption. They are proposed to foster a culture of high performance and professionalism, ensuring that senior managers are accountable for their roles in achieving city goals. In addition, signing performance agreements represents a tangible outcome of the performance management process, and the signatories of performance contracts play an instrumental role in enhancing sound working relations, which inevitably improve service delivery and promotes good governance. The performance agreement serves as a critical tool for managing the performance of these senior leaders and holding them accountable for achieving the city's objectives. As outlined in the service delivery and budget implementation, the push for these performance agreements is part of a broader effort by the City of Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I have Councillor Jackie Ace, please? 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. While the DA is 100% pro service agreements and KPIs for senior managers, we are unfortunately not going to be able to support this report because these KPIs show the complete disregard that this current administration has for basic service delivery. If I listen to the speech of the ANC councillor before me, he stated that the KPIs is directly linked to the current administration's strategic goals, where he then confirms that this administration's strategic goals is not basic service delivery, because these KPIs that are set out in these agreements are not linked to basic service delivery. The role of a local municipality is to provide clean, drivable roads, to ensure that sewage is taken away, to ensure that we do not have almost 40% of water losses due to leaks, to ensure that we have got streetlights working and not lie to our residents saying that we have fixed 70,000 streetlights in 2 weeks, to not have roads with potholes in, and again not lie to our residents and say that we only have 5 potholes in this city. This administration is not taking residents seriously, it is not taking service delivery seriously, and that shows in these performance agreements. And therefore, the DA will not be supporting this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Erasmus. Press once, please. What are you standing for?
Speaker, thank you. The VF Plus, please, request 10 minutes caucus, please. Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes caucus granted. ngicela ipeanut. Thank you very much, councillors. The 10 minutes it's over. Can I be assisted with the heater? It's a bit warm. It's too hot. Can it be fixed, please? Whoever that is responsible, please assist us. Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. Feedback, please.
Thank you, Speaker. After consideration on report 13, the Freedom Front Plus decided that they will not support report 13. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Councillors, can we please pay attention so that ningazuthi kusasa I didn't listen to you. We are going to divide the house on this. Oh, there is a speaker there. Sorry, Lex. Sorry. Please go ahead, Lex, before we can do anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of our most important senior managers with an extraordinary obligation to the city and the well-being of our residents is the Chief Financial Officer. For such extraordinary responsibilities, his performance matrix is remarkably devoid of specificities, to the extent that there is very little that he or anyone else in that position can fail to deliver, no matter how inadequate the service. His performance matrix is not a stretch target or even a test of his capabilities, but a guarantee of a soft and effortless landing. Added to that, I note that there is one glaring important omission from his KPIs. Nowhere in his performance matrix is he in any way systematically being held accountable for key provisions of the MFMA, such as Section 19, dealing with the proper approval of capital projects, Section 32, to limit irregular expenditure and maximize recovery, Section 33, ensuring that contract slippage do not push contracts over 3 years. Section 75, assuring accountability by having key financial relevant documents at all times published on the city's website, or any other of the myriad provisions dealing with financial accountability, contract management, and triple Ps. I note from his CV that the CFO's master's dissertation at the Wits University dealt with the postulate that legal compliance is the key to delivering unqualified audit outcomes in local government. If that was the key focus of his academic studies, I would very much like to see him execute on the promises contained in his thesis. The conclusion he came to after all in his thesis was that legal compliance is the key to delivering superior audit outcomes. So why would we not require him to deliver on his academic insights in his field of expertise? Anyways, there is nothing in here to give us comfort on his or the municipal manager's commitment to the pursuit of legislative compliance. With so much generalities, so little specificity to the performance matrix in key areas where we should require very specific improvements, and a zero commitment to improving legal compliance, we might as well not have bothered negotiating these soft targets that is set for him. For this reason, I cannot and will not support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as indicated earlier on, there were no's and yes. So we are going to divide the House on this item. And those who are for the report. Who? Oh, you are speaking. Who's? Okay, Executive Mayor.
We were asking that you read the recommendation again, Speaker, but I know that the leader of executive business is engaging VF Plus colleagues. So if you can just reread the recommendation and give them an opportunity to find each other.
Thank you very much. There is no recommendation, Executive Mayor. We haven't received any recommendation. None of them has recommended anything. They just said they are against it. Okay. Allow me to park it or to put it away. I'm not going to turn again and say we are passing the report if you are not happy with it. Okay. Let's then divide the House on this item. Those who are for the report, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are against. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who abstain. Thank you. So it. Thank you very much. Those who are for the report, it's 75. Those who are against, 83. Abstain, 0. So the report is not passed. Thank you very much. Let's move to part 2 of our reports, item 14, reference number 61347/1. Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Performance Report on the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 3 to page 114. Recommendations are on page 114. The speakers on this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo, ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. The figure in this report demonstrates the scale and complexity of our procurement processes, and we are pleased with the overall transparency and adherence to policies reflected in the report.
Sorry, councillors. Can you not be loud, please? Thank you.
Analyzing the awards, the report indicates a significant 356% increase in the total value of awards compared to the 2023-2024 financial year, from smaller quotations above 30,000 up to 750,000, totaling 7.3 million, to tenders over 750,000, which amounted to 1.2 billion in the last quarter. This suggests an increased confidence in our procurement processes and a focus on larger projects that can deliver sustained community benefits. Speaker, it's heartening to note that tenders awarded to youth, both male and female, total 150 million, showing the city's ongoing commitment to inclusivity and empowerment. Additionally, the report highlights that no alienation of poverty were approved for this period, indicating prudent management of our land assets. The committee's oversight extended to exceptions and deviations, with approved variations amounting to 243 million. While this reflects flexibility and in procurement to meet project needs, it also emphasizes the importance of continuous monitoring to prevent irregular expenditure. Speaker, speaking of irregularities, we acknowledge that the report indicates total irregular expenditure of just over $500 million for the year. The figure warrants our collective attention and underscores the necessity to reinforce control, ensure compliance, and prevent future irregularities. In conclusion, the ANC take note of the detailed findings, particularly the irregular expenditure, and emphasizes the importance of ongoing monitoring of the implementation of our supply chain management policies. Continuous oversight will drive accountability and ensure that procurement processes align with our strategic objectives and compliance standards. Therefore, with confidence, we support this report and urge all to uphold the standards of transparency and good governance in our procurement practices. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, Councillor Surgeon from FF Plus, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. The story doesn't change. The city has racked up 550 million in irregular expenditure in the 24-25 financial year alone. Let's talk about how this money is spent. Tenders are supposed to be awarded within 90 days, but in reality, 160 days on average for the 80-20 tenders, for 144 days for the 90-10 tenders, almost double the time. And what happens when deadlines are missed? The city leans on deviations that are supposed to be for emergencies that have become an everyday tool of the supply chain. Then there's the theft, 32 million stolen from the city's own stores this year. Transformers, cables, equipment, gone. This is organized crime and it's happening right underneath our noses. The report also admits that 8 contractors have been identified for blacklisting because they failed to perform, and yet no one has actually been restricted. They just carry on doing business as if nothing happened. Where is the accountability? And let's not forget, the city openly admits it has no proper system to pick up tenders for tenders that are being awarded to people who are state employees or family members and friends. We are relying on self-declaration and bits of paper. In some cases, it happens over and over again. So what do we have here? $500 million in irregular expenditure, millions lost to theft, tenders dragging on for months, no blacklisting, no consequences, and once again, this council must just take cognizance. Mr. Speaker, the residents are sick of it. They want to know, when will this council actually take action? When will there be arrests, disciplinary action, money recovered? Until then, all of this is just another exercise while the looting carries on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, that was the last speaker on this item. And again, I would like you to indicate which item, Councillor Middleburg, because you are all the remaining ones, which one are you going to come in so that I mustn't keep on calling your name.
On any of the items up to and including report 19.
After 19?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. That was the last speaker on this item. Let's move to item 15. Reference number 00540/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department. Request to grant power of attorney to submit various land use application on the remainder of portion 5 of the farm Raskfontein 616 JR and the remainder of the farm Jobeni 489 JR. This report is on page 115 to page 131. Recommendations are on 1 to 2. On this item, I've got Councillor Khubutso from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The process of granting power of attorney for the submission of various land use applications is not only efficient but necessary in our increasingly complex land development. It will allow us to speed up planning procedure, facilitate timely development project, and respond swiftly to the need of our community. The specific tract of land in question are areas of strategic importance. This parcel presents opportunity for responsible development that can contribute to local economic growth, community infrastructure, and employment as such, ensuring that the application process proceeds without unnecessary delay is crucial. Speaker, while Water and Sanitation Department opposes granting power of attorney for land use because of insufficient bulk water and sewer services, declaring the area unsustainable, we cannot put development to a stop without the deliberate effort by Water and Sanitation Department. It means all the development that are planned for Region 5, 6, and Region 7 will be on held in abeyance. Therefore, Speaker, all these issues that are raised must be paired with alternative solution. Renting power of attorney is this situation means we are trusting capable professionals to handle the specific step involved, including liaising with land authority, submitting necessary documentation, and following prescribed planning protocol. This delegation not only streamline the process, but also allow us to focus on oversight and community consultation, ensuring that our development align with broader urban planning vision and sustainable goal. In considering this report, Speaker, we are taking practical step forward. It aligns with best practical in land management and reflect our commitment in facilitating growth while maintaining our community character and environmentally integrity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can we be assistant, please, with the heat? Can someone help us with the heat? It's hot. Can you please address it? Thank you. Then let's move to Councillor Wiggleston from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Propose that the MMC of Housing in good conscience.
Your mic is keep on switching off.
I'm very shy, Speaker, so you'll hear me with a slight stutter. Can I? I'm going away.
Can you move your next door if it's giving you problems? Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I better use the podium, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA politely rejects this report, and we propose that the MMC of Housing, in good conscience, refer it to all and sundry for further scrutiny. While the report positively and progressively seeks to grant a power of attorney, we cannot ignore the serious concerns raised in the same report by the Tshwane Department of Water and Sanitation. Speaker, I must remind this Council that we have been here before. For many years, development along the far eastern boundary of our municipality has been stalled, not by the lack of political will, but by a lack of water. Hashtag Metsi Dololo. Years of negotiations with Rand Water about a bulk pipeline for this opportunity corridor have yielded endless talks, endless promises, and yet no concrete outcomes. No pipeline, no infrastructure, and no water. Speaker, the developers who are part of the 89 billion rand pledges continue drilling boreholes as a stopgap measure. But boreholes are not bulk supply. Boreholes are not sustainable. Speaker, if this Council continues to approve projects without ensuring water security, one day I will stand here and say the words no one wants to hear. I told you so. Speaker, the risks remain as stark as ever. Years of development delays with economic growth hanging in the balance, the danger of forfeiting or misdirecting UISPG allocations if this new project is deferred or needs to be rescoped, the reputational, legal, and economic risks to the city which undermine growth in regions 5, 6, and 7, and continuously weakening the 89 billion investor confidence. Speaker, in the report, interim measures like water tankers and proposed RICFLAY upgrades are mentioned, but we require a clear financial perspective on contingencies for the ballooning bulk infrastructure costs when the DA returns. Under the MFMA, it is our duty to ensure fiscal sustainability. Speaker, I do foresee a vacuous rebuttal from the MMC, and so I issue this challenge to him to let the Tshwane administration, together with the current political leadership, stand shoulder to shoulder with Rand Water and all other involved stakeholders and make a joint public statement on the promised pipeline. Tell the residents, investors, and developers what the plan is, what the timelines are, and show us the...
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We request an hour caucus.
1 hour caucus is granted. This means we are back at 10 past 4. 10 past 5, I mean. Can we ring the bells, please? Ring the bell. Kanti is this bell refusing to ring today? Chair of Chairs, can you approach, please? Thank you very much, councillors. Shall we continue with our meeting? I'd like to call the Chief Whip of the ANC to give us a feedback. Thank you very much. Shall we proceed? Chair of Chairs. Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker, for affording us an opportunity. We have managed to do our consultations and we have agreed we can continue with council meeting.
Thank you very much. We're on item 16. And I was about to call Councillor D. Mahlangu, Action SA. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA rises in support of this report, because at its heart lies the dignity and the future of our people. The Retabiseng Marikana informal settlement has been waiting for far too long for being formalized. Families there are raising children without certainty and land ownership, without proper services and without dignity that comes with the ownership. For us as Action SA, this is not just a matter of policy. It's about restoring hope and opportunity to communities who have been forgotten for years. We welcome the intention of the Human Settlement Department to move forward with township establishment and land use applications. We agree that challenges such as bulk water constraints must not become an indefinite excuse to stall development. Development must happen and services must follow. Our support today is therefore conditional on a resolution that rudimentary services, water, sanitation, and basic infrastructure will continue to be rolled out while permanent upgrades are being implemented. We cannot allow bureaucracy or interdepartmental disputes to condemn communities to another decade of living in indignity. Action SA stands for action, accountability, and results. This means we expect the Human Settlement Department to drive this process with agency, while water and sanitation must take responsibility for providing the bulk infrastructure upgrades that are long overdue. Communities like Retabiseng Marikana, Pumekaya, and Ipubesini cannot wait any longer, Speaker. And in conclusion, this report represents an opportunity to turn promises into a real change. We must send a clear message to our residents. The city hears them, and the struggles matters, and their future will not be delayed any further. Action SA supports the approval of this report with the firm expectation that service delivery must follow without delay, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended.
Yes. But no, vale.
Yes, Alderman Tennyson.
It means this.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of information, was this now in respect of item 16? Because my name is up for a speech in this on item 16.
We just finished item 15. Thank you. Can we then move? Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. I just wanted to have closing remarks on item 15.
15 or 16?
15.
Go ahead.
Can I? Thank you, Speaker. No, Speaker, this is it's a POA that seeks to ignite the process to develop Marikana Retabiseng in Ward 103. And it's an area that has 2 land parcels. That is going to give us over 1,200 housing opportunities. Already there are people that are residing in that area.
Sorry, MMC. What is the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe we've already voted on this item, so it's been finalized. Thank you.
I gave the opportunity to the MMC to close the report. I know what we have done. He requested to close the report. Thank you.
Regardless of the fact that we voted on it already.
Listen. I said as recommended. No one said no. You said, mamelani, fundani ukumamela. Mamelani. When this report was deliberate on before we went for break, you record, Jackie. Listen to me. You said as ASDA you are against this report. That was Councillor Wigglesworth. Then I came back now after 1 hour. We read the same report, and I've called the Councillor Mahlangu, and I said this is the last speaker on the item, as recommended. Kangen, you said nothing. Okay, all right. Okay, can I allow the lead of the executive to speak? Go ahead, MMC.
Speaker, we got Jackie where she thought she got us earlier. You said as recommended, and we said yes, they kept quiet. They went to sleep. Right, Speaker? We are done with that part. We are done with that part. Speaker, you have ruled on the report. Right? You have ruled on the report. You can make noise as much as you want. You can make noise as much as you want. You're not going to do anything. There's a ruling. Thank you, Speaker. Let me speak. You can make noise.
Councillors.
You can make noise as much as you want. There's a ruling.
Councillors.
Speaker, the report seeks to give us permission to continue with the power of attorney.
Just a moment, MMC. What is the point of order?
Speaker, if the report is closed and you've already made a ruling, how is he speaking on it? So he cannot have his cake and eat it.
Thank you very much. I gave an opportunity to the MMC to speak on this report. As you
how are you doing it if the report is closed?
As you know, that the MMC speak on the report. Whether I've made the ruling, I've allowed him to speak. Thank you very much. Leader of the executive. What is the point of order, Councillor Makalen? No, this only attender today. What is Councillor Makalen? Just a moment, MMC. Councillor Makalen, what are you standing on?
Speaker, I want to refer your ruling of allowing Councillor Maluleka to speak after.
Okay.
It's Councillor Maluleka for speaking after you have closed the report, because in terms of section 13(2), when a report of an executive mayor is being brought. But the Speaker, I'm engaging you. You need to protect us.
Alderman, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I want to hear what his, what you call. Can you repeat what you are saying?
I was saying that if the report, the MMC have a right to close it. But if it's already closed, what is he closing? So your ruling need to be referred to rules and ethics. Then I refer it to rules and ethics so that it can be gauged also on limitation of speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Referred, you may continue, MMC. MMC, continue.
Yeah, this one thing is an indona with that thing that he's having on his head. Very head, I'm going to speak. Speaker, the report empowers people of Marikana, Retabiseng in Ward 103 to get decent life. In 22-23 financial year, DA started this process. Councillor Matileng, are you saying to people of Retabiseng and Marikana, they should not get development? Township establishment takes 4 years. Takes good 4 years to start it. There's a program by Housing Department, national, called NAPS, that you recognize that we must start this process. We are at that point of getting power of attorney to allow the department to bring professionals, to do land inquiry, and see how we can do incremental development in that area. Are you refusing them that permission? I must say it in record that Councillor Matileng from the DA supported that we should not develop you people of Marikana. Is that what you're doing? Councillor Matileng from the DA who comes from Region 7 says we must not develop people of Marikana. In Region 7, there's a mall that was approved by this council.
Just hold on, MMC. What are you standing on, Councillor Ace?
Speaker, point of information. The ANC makes a habit of giving half-baked services to people. And here, once again, they want to give half-baked houses without water. We're saying that if you give houses, there must be water as well.
You had your 3 minutes, you were twerking.
Continue, MMC, and finish up.
You had a good 3 minutes, you were twerking, said nothing. Let me say to people of Region 7, the DA refuses this community of Marikana not to be developed.
Yes.
In 23-22, they agreed that NAPS program must start.
Yes.
Now, because we've got resources, we've got 21 million rand to budget for planning for professionals, engineers, to do the work. Now, the DA, led by Councillor Brink, says they don't deserve that development. Therefore, we are saying we'll continue with this project, whether they like it or they don't like it. They can vote it down. Vote down that you don't want development, and continue and go there and do door to door. Tell people of Marikana must not allow DA to campaign there.
Yes.
They must not allow them.
Yes.
Because of these are the people that are saying no to development. They are saying no to housing development. Yes. We are continuing, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then move to item 16? Reference number 13401/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department report on the public consultation outcomes for the draft Regionalized Special Development Framework 2024. This report is on page 13227 up to 2733. And then recommendations are on 152. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Masina from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Where are you? Are you on Mazibu or on Masilela? Is it Masilela who's speaking?
Thank you, Speaker. The Sokolumi Precinct Plan aligns with the City of Tshwane's overarching economic, environmental, and social objectives. It is important for revitalizing the economy, creating opportunities for business and investments, and ultimately leading to job creation. It improves accessibility, addresses urban challenges and opportunities, and most importantly, guides the future development. The aim of this plan is to promote inclusive growth and job creation by integrating the efforts of government, civil society, business, and community stakeholders in the area. It involves collaboration with the Amandebele and Zunza Tribal Council, which plays a significant role in the area.
My apologies, Councillor Masilela. You are speaking on item 17 now.
Yeah.
We are on 16.
Oh, my goodness.
And I've called Councillor Masina. Councillor Masina must speak on item 16.
Yopu.
Can you please switch off your mic, Councillor Masilela? Thank you. Councillor Masina?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me apologize on behalf of Comrade Joel. Speaker, the report documents the outcomes of the public consultation on the Special Development Framework, RSDF, a regionalized special development framework commissioned by the Department of Economic Development and Special Planning. It serves as a strategic framework for growth, investment, and development, integrating community needs, environmental management, and infrastructure development, while adapting to ongoing urban changes and promoting sustainable growth. The Special Development Frameworks, SDFs, have become an increasingly common special planning tool in South Africa. That intent of an SDF is to provide the special embodiment of the Integrated Development Plan, IDP, of the municipality. SDF is then often described as both a special planning and implementation tool aligned with the strategic themes of the IDP. Speaker, the public consultation process was designed to solicit stakeholders' community input regarding the draft development framework, and proposals for improvement were gathered. The Department of Economic Development and Special Planning presented a report which summarized the outcomes generated by the public consultation. Business growth, investment, business growth generated economic development, economic activities and job creation, employment opportunities sustaining families, units, and the network through lives, enabling education and skills. Speaker. The public consultation on the Special Development Framework has demonstrated that the importance of involving a diverse range of interests, knowledge, and expertise in developing planning. The public consultation process has generated significant ignitement, with the majority of responsibility expressing general.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then have Councillor Muller from TA?
Thank you, Speaker. The DA fully understands the need to update the RSDF, as it is the most important long-term planning document in any municipality. However, this important document contains over 2,500 pages, and it has been loaded late and has not provided members of this council the opportunity and the time to scrutinize it and apply their minds fully. With some inputs from the public participation that have indeed been considered and included, documents not yet approved by council are repeatedly quoted in this document. In addition, alternative wording is also used to try and slip in reduction of parking in areas that should not have reduction of parking. Changing the name doesn't change the intent. Favoring developers over the individual rights of landowners cannot be supported. It is the DA that fought to accommodate taxis and taxi facilities in planning and into developments of shopping centres and large developments. Yet we don't see this important transportation mode taken into account.
Councillors, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The closest formal taxi rank for the East is in Blood Street. Where's the planning? Maps are not the original maps that were in the draft. New maps have been included. You cannot do that after public participation. And once again, maps are incorrect, but at least the document has been changed to say the written document takes precedent over the maps. The use of the term such as site assembly principle remains undefined and unknown to anybody other than for the first time seen in this document. The wording is repeatedly used in Region 3 prior to definition or finalization. It is in conflict with the vision of the City of Tshwane 2055, and in fact the rest of the RSDF, and restricts the development of smaller urban, thereby depriving the individual small owner his constitutional rights. The use of road categorization versus the official national road classification is an attempt to classify roads, categorize roads to circumvent the National Roads Act and other laws and policies. You cannot have two definitions for the same road, one being a category and the other classification. They are different. Future development cannot be done on a categorization. It must be done on the legal basis, especially when a road cannot accommodate the new categorization versus the official classification. Wrong intent, very, very clear here. It's an underhand and illegal way to try and change road classification into a categorization, and the city faces serious litigation in this process. So, while progress is being made in the updating the RSDF, the DA...
Thank you very much. Alderman Tennyson.
Thank you, Speaker. Geachte Speaker, die VF Plus is nie gekant teen die streeks ruimtelike ontwikkelingsraamwerk in sy geheel nie. Maar die Raad het 'n verantwoordelikheid om te verseker dat statutêre verpligtinge nagekom moet word met integriteit van ons ruimtelike bestuur. Die RSDF is 'n strategiese instrument, maar dit moet ook 'n wettige ene wees. Dit moet nie net 'n visie weerspieël nie, maar dit moet ook die nakoming van ons land aan die nakoming van ons landwette voldoen. The recommendations before us, if adopted without amendment, there is a risk in contravening multiple national laws. I refer specifically to Section 24 of the National Environmental Management Act, NEMA, which requires environmental impact assessments for development near wetlands and floodplains. Section 73 of the Municipal Systems Act, which mandates sustainable service delivery, yet this verification in regions 5 and 7 proceeds without verified bulk infrastructure. Section 38 of the National Heritage Resources Act, which requires heritage impact assessments, yet precincts in regions 3 and 7 lack overlays despite documented public input. Section 22 of SPLUMA requires alignment with municipal spatial frameworks, yet several public submissions aligned with SPLUMA principles were rejected without justification. Speaker, ons kan nie die raamwerk omskryf wat onwettig en ontwikkeling fasiliteer nie. Infrastruktuurbeperkings ignoreer 'n kulturele erfenis deur prosedurele versuim. Ons moet nie voortspruitend, ons moet voorsienig wees dat ons binne statutêre dissipline optree. In view of the probable contraventions of these 4 laws, the VF Plus cannot support this report.
Thank you very much.
Kom sê vir my hier toe.
That was the last speaker. Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you standing on?
I just want to say no so that you hear it. Thank you.
No.
No on what? No on what? So no, your no is not working because I haven't said anything. I haven't asked any question. I haven't asked any. Wait for me to ask the question, then you can say no. Thank you. Thank you very much. On item 16, as a Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I then give to the MMC, Mabuza? Press once, ma'am.
Speaker, Speaker, the report before us requests Council to support the adopting of the updated 7 drafts regionalized special development framework, what we call RSDF. RSDF are the implementing mechanism for metropolitan special development framework to address spatial transformation, densification, public transport, urban growth, rural development, you hear, open spaces, as well as infrastructure investment. The city led an extensive and extended public participation process, hosting 19 open public meetings and 1 visual meeting on this matter. Comments from public often related to the need for balanced and sound planning principle, which the RSDF has in mind. Many comments from individual developers and property owners also related to the expanding the urban edge. But Council should know that the city has an economic, social, and environmental obligation to prevent widespread of urban sprawl. Speaker, the RSDF set the tone for Tshwane's future spatial development for promoting economic growth, densification, and more integrated design for mixed-use land use, where more people can live close to where they're supposed to be working, and for integrated infrastructure planning. Speaker, apartheid city planning is a most cruel legacy that we have to work on and to overcome. We have worked so hard to make sure that we are addressing these injustices of the past. And future planning, building a better city is something that we should be working towards. So what the other councillors are talking about, it looks like, they have just to go back and check as to whether what they are saying is not it's a perpetual of having to deal with this apartheid legacy, because we need to make sure that we work together to address this chronic disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you very much. We are. Look, you know. Someone is awake. Thank you very much. Can we then can I then divide the house? Those who are for the report, please, you may lower your hands. Those who are against, Though you may please lower your hands. Those who abstain. Thank you very much. The abstinence is 0. Those who are for, they are 88. Against 83. Abstain is 0. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As recommended. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we please would like a point of.
Just a second. Councillors, thank you. Thank you, councillors.
I don't even know if these are all councillors there.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, please would like to know if the attendance register is available, because we would like to know how many people signed on the attendance register, or was people asked to come into the council for this specific item, and we would like to know if they are all councillors that are here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Erasmus. Okay, councillors, can we move on? Councillor Erasmus, that information will be provided. No, we are moving on. The information will be provided by the Secretariat for those who are dealing with the attendance register. Now we are moving on to the next item. What is it? What? Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker, thank you. If we have caucus, ask for 1 hour caucus, please. Thank you. So kan ons dit aanvra? Kan ons dit ons wil dit nou sien. Ja.
Okay, you have your caucus. As you requested for 1 hour, we'll be back at 5 to 7. Ring the bell, Harvey. Ani Hazi. Thank you very much. Can we all take our seats so that we count if the quorum is okay for us to continue? Leader of the executive. Leader of the executive, can you approach? Thank you very much. May I then call Councillor Erasmus to give us a feedback?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we had our deliberations and we were informed what's going on in the attendance register, but we request a dissenting vote of all Freedom Front Plus councillors on item 16, based on the fact that this resolution by council transgresses the following. First, Section 24, National Environmental Act. Number 2, Section 73 of Municipal Systems Act. Number 3, Section 38 of the National Heritage Resources Act. And number 4, the Section 22 of SPLUMA. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Ace, noted. Councillor at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to register the DA's dissenting vote, as this RSDF can be legally challenged with every application that is brought for rezoning, and the DA would not like to be any part of that.
Thank you very much. Councillor at the back. Or Councillor Rampile, yes.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to refer Councillor Erasmus and Councillor Grandy for approaching the table of the Secretariat while you gave them a decision that you will revert back with the attendant register. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. That is, we're starting item 17. So we are moving to item 17, but before we do that, can I request the Chief Whip of Council to have a chat with me? Thank you very much. Before we can start item 7, I'd like all the whips of the political parties to meet up with the Chief Whip. All the whips of the party to meet up with the Chief Whip, please. Thank you very much for offering us the time. Now we are on item 17. Thank you very much. The reference number 80730/1. Economic Development and Special Planning Department report on obtain approval of proceed with the public participation processes for the draft Sokhulume precinct plan. This report is on page 2734 to page 2958. Recommendations are on 2746. Let me go back a little bit. There was a referral which was done for the councillors of FF Plus who went to approach the secretariat after I've told them that the information that they are asking for will be made available. Then they were referred to rules and orders or rules and ethics, and they are referred. Thank you. Then on item 17, then Councillor Masilela. So just hold on, Councillor. Councillor Khosimane, what are you rising on?
Thanks, Speaker. I was saying for clarity, for us who belong in the committee, the rules and ethics, how you just made that referral, it will be difficult for us. It's better if we code the names so that we can have a record of the names in the rules and ethics committee. Thank you.
I think if I may respond on that, I don't know who was there who can say these are the names. But what we can do, thank you. What we'll do, we will get the names of the people who approach the table. Then we'll submit them to you. Thank you, because I don't want to call the names now. Probably Heidi or the Secretariat will also assist us with that. Thank you very much. Councillor Masilela.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The city of Tshwane is facing... No, okay. No, sorry. It's an old... No, sorry. No, thank you very much, Speaker. The Sokhulume precinct draft plan aligns with the city of Tshwane's overarching economic, environment, and social objectives. It is important for revitalizing the economy, creating opportunities for new businesses and investments, and ultimately leading to job creation. It improves accessibility, addresses urban challenges and opportunities, and most importantly, guides future development. The aim of this plan is to promote inclusive growth and job creation by integrating the efforts of government, civil society, business, and community stakeholders in the area. It involves collaborating with the Amandebele Nzunza Tribal Council, which plays a pivotal role in the area. It also seeks to foster economic growth by generating employment opportunities and creating an environment conducive to new investment. The overall vision of the precinct plans integrates economic progress with social welfare and environmental sustainability to the well-being of all residents. Speaker, involving the public in the planning process builds trust and transparency, which are crucial for public support and buy-in for developmental initiatives. A participatory process holds both the planners and the community accountable for the outcomes, involving citizens in decision-making processes, helps deepen democracy and empowers them to participate in the governance of their local areas. Sokhulume has a multi-purpose community center that can serve as hubs for youth activities, digital training, and community events, contributing to local skills development. The area's location near the historic town of Kalinen presents opportunities to attract the day trip and weekend tourism market. A partnership between government, traditional leaders, and the community is important to implement the integrated solutions. Lastly, citizens' participation stands as a pivotal component of the planning process, granting those affected a means to express specific concerns and aspirations. A public involvement process that secures widespread input through development of a precinct plan fosters the production of a more enduring and broadly supported framework. Stakeholders possess.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Mutimunye from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by saying earlier here, there was a speaker that says that the people of Marikana and Ritabiseng must not welcome the DA when they come to campaign there. We want to say that very clearly that we will campaign everywhere. That we are there in Mamelodi where you did not expect us. We had a big tournament yesterday and we're going to be with you in the election and we're going to contest you wherever you are. We want to support this precinct plan, Speaker, as a blueprint for developments in the Sokolumi area, an area hit badly by unemployment, lack of development, and low income levels. The Sokolumi area...
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We also have a nice branch in Sokolumi, a very working branch of the DA. The Sokolumi area has the potential to become a one-of-a-kind agriculture and tourism hub in Tshwane, bringing development and opportunities to communities in our area who are outside of the urban area. It would prove that city development can be an inclusive process that can encompass all parts of the city, touching the life of every resident, including those that are living under tribal authorities. The project study group displayed a great demonstration of intergovernmental cooperation with a joint project team that started in 2023, and we know which party was in government in 2023, including the Provincial, National, and Departments of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. This was great cooperation that we see in development of this plan. The DA coalition government in Tshwane was an instrumental part of...
Just hold on, Councillor. Just hold on. What's the point of order?
You are recording.
Speaker, we don't need the DAPR, please. We are in a council meeting. Can we proceed with the business of council, please?
That's out of order. Continue, Council.
So, Speaker, the DA coalition government was instrumental part of this process alongside other members of different spheres of government to develop this precinct plan. But as the precinct plan goes to public participation, what is now required is the preparation of a strong drive of implementation so that once the public participation is done, implementation starts. We would like to advise this government on the 5 steps they need to take to bring this precinct into life and turbocharge development. 1, they must place infrastructure constructions and other enabling programs in this Sokolumi precinct as a central part of future IDPs. 2, they must entrench projects in the precinct plan in the next budget cycle.
Councillors, please. Thank you.
That's difficult. They must cooperate with the Provincial and National Department of Agriculture, which our leader will provide help as well, as it's a DA-led department. They must also invite the public to participate in the development of agricultural hubs, housing development, and ecotourism destinations. Finally, we must work with the private sector for the revitalization of the industrial park to create meaningful work for people in the area. Doing studies and designing precincts is one thing, but delivering the infrastructure and economic development to drive implementation is something else. As a white South African once said, we might have a capacity dollar problem in the current Tshwane administration. In this regard, we advise the residents of Tshwane that they can heed the advice of President Ramaphosa and vote for a DA in 2026, which will bring the development plans for Sokolumi and the entire Tshwane into fruition without putting additional taxes and rent seeking on residents, as we see from this administration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Kutie or MMC Kutie? Your 3 minutes starts now. from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise not only as a councillor, but as a South African committed to yielding and rebuilding of our shared future. I began by extending heartfelt gratitude to Chief Maslangu and Chief Kakano and to the elders and emissaries who accompanied them here in Council today. Your presence here, Chief, here is not ceremonial, it is foundational. You carry the wisdom of centuries, the memory of struggle, and the dignity the people who have endured, resisted, and led. Speaker, I recently had the privilege of attending the Cocktail traditional event as a guest of the City of Tshwane Speaker's office. What I experienced there was profound. As an Afrikaner, I was welcomed by the Ndebele community, not with suspicion, but with grace. This moment reminded me of the power of Ubuntu, not as a slogan, but as a lived ethic. It reminded me that reconciliation is not a chapter we close, but a practice we must renew daily. Action SA has always stood firm with belief traditional leaders is not a relic of the past. It is a living institution. It is the heartbeat of many communities, especially in places like Sukulumi, where history is not written in textbook, but carried a song, ceremony, and soil. Our cultural heritage is not a side issue. It is a spine of our identity. To protect it is to protect the soul of our democracy. That is why the Sukulumi Precinct Plan must be more than a development framework. It must be a covenant that says, we see you, we honor you, and we will build with you. Upgrading Chief Maslangu's palace is not just about bricks and mortar. It's about restoring dignity, affirming the leadership, and ensuring that the Crown remains a place of wisdom, guidance, and continuity. Sukulumi is rich in potential agriculturally, culturally, economically, but it is also rich in memory. The land has witnessed dispossession and resilience, neglect and survival. As we plan for infrastructure, tourism, and job creation, we must always plan for healing. We must ensure that development does not erase history but alleviates it. Let us move forward with a vision that is bold with also tender, a vision that understands that progress without empathy is hollow, and that growth without heritage is rootless. If we do this right, Sukulumi will not only thrive, it will teach. It will show South Africa what it means to build a future that is inclusive, respectful, and deeply grounded in who we are. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was the last speaker. Thank you. That was the councillor. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, MMC. MMC Mabuza.
Speaker, I would like to close the report. Speaker, Ndabezitha Mahlangu, Ayla reminded us of Buntu, that we should go back to basics, work together, and take care of the poor of the poorest. And that's exactly what we're doing today, Speaker. And that's exactly what this report seeks to achieve. The purpose of the report is to request Council's approval to initiate a public participation processes for the draft of Sukulumi Precinct Plan. Sukulumi is located approximately 35 kilometers northwest of Brongelspruit and is one of the most impoverished parts of the city of Tshwane, which was neglected for a very long time. This is another report that tries to address the imbalances of the past. We are working hard here, Speaker. In 2023, there were approximately 3,278 households in this neighborhood. The area does not have a plan or vision guiding the spatial development and use management and an investment. A precinct of this nature will help to provide a vision for development and investment for this particular area. Speaker, This report is a game changer for the residents of Sinkhole. It is a joint venture between the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development, as well as of the City of Tshwane. Furthermore, this process, this report, is also aligned to our Tshwane economic revitalization strategy, which we are very intentional in terms of developing the rural communities. The draft precinct plan has identified some of the options for development, including extension of agricultural activities, development of housing and community facilities, as well as potential business development. I humbly request Council to support and approve the initiation of this process. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Councillors, to those who have the agenda, I like to advance item 19, because item 19 on part 3A, it's an open item. So let's just deal with the open items before we can go to the in-committee. So can we then move to item 19? And okay. The reference number is 47343/1, Emergency Services Department, authorization to request local disaster classification of the Clifton sinkholes. This report is on page 3 to page 9. Recommendations are on page 132. On this item, I've got Councillor Munchumi from the ANC. 3 minutes starts now.
Madume Musakhotla. Mila wa Littleton Mena Centurion mo kgarolong ya bone. O bakile tshenyo e tona ya go kgoraletsa ditirelo tse di botlhokwa le go tsenya pabalesego ya setšhaba mo kotsing. Go fitlha ga jana ka ditshenyegelo tsotlhe tse go dirisitswe madi a ka lekana le dimilione di le 697. Musakhotla go dirile maiteko a le mantsi go dira gore mosima ono o tswe jaaka masetlapelo ke setheo se segolo sa bosetšhaba sa taolo ya masetlapelo. Go ne go a retela gore mosima o tsenngwe mo setlhopheng ka fa tlase ga karolo ya 26 karolo ya ntlha ya B go fitlhela tlhaloso ya masetlapelo ka fa tlase ga molao le fa go nnile le ditsitsinyo le tshenyego e kgolo ya selegae le tlhakatlhakano e bakilweng go fitlhela ga jana. Go le yalo Musakhotla, paka e ke paka e ya tumetseng ke ya dipula. Mme mosima o go sentsane go na le kgwetlho ya gore o ka tsenngwa mo karolo e nngwe e ya ditirelo tsa pabalesego. Matshosetsi a magolo mo pabalesegong ya setšhaba, mafaratlhatlha le thebolo ya ditirelo mmogo le kgoreletso e nngwe mo ditirelong tsa letsatsi le letsatsi tsa baagi ba amegile thata. Ka jalo, rona re le mokgatlho wa African National Congress re ne re kopa gore lekgotla le ka naya mokhuduthamaga wa toropo tetla ya go kaya kwa go tona kgolo ya lefapha la tirisano mmogo puso le merero ya setso le go mokopa go tlhaola mosima wa Clifton mo toropong ya Tshwane jaaka seemo sa lesegae sa masetlapelo gore karolo ya 29 ya molao wa taolo ya matlole wa masepala e kgone go dira go le go netefatsa gore mosima o ka baakangega. Musakhotla, maikaelelo a konokono a mmuso wa kgolaganyo wa toropo e ya Tshwane ke go netefatsa gore baagi ba a tlhokomelesega le go bolosesega. Ka jalo, re ne re ipuela gore madi a ska senyega go fetega fa mme musatoropo a ke a bone tetla le nako ya.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Straydom from DA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Am I audible? I thank you for the opportunity to address Council on the matter of significant...
Go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead, ma'am.
Can I go? I thank you for the opportunity to address Council on the matter of significant sinkhole in Centurion, which has exposed the vulnerability of our infrastructure and the very, very real risk that we face with if urgent rehabilitation is not undertaken. The Democratic Alliance has taken this matter beyond the borders of Tshwane. We have launched a petition to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, calling for Centurion to be declared a disaster area. This petition is not just symbolic, it's part of the broader pressure campaign by the DA to force national government to face the reality of the crisis on our doorstep. We will use every platform available, Parliament, Gauteng Legislature and even in Council, to keep the pressure on this until action is taken. The cost to repair all the current sinkholes is estimated at approximately 300 million rand. Getting the Clifton sinkhole declared as a disaster might just be the start of this process. As Council is aware, large parts of Region 4 are prone to sinkholes due to the presence of dolomite. This particular sinkhole, which formed in November 2022, after heavy rainfall, has expanded with each rainy season there since. The city responded swiftly at the time to secure the area, and as this road is a critical access road to Unitas Hospital, schools, and the Centurion CBD. The repair cost of the Clifton Avenue sinkhole is estimated at about 50 million rand, nearly 4 times the total allocation for sinkhole rehabilitation in the last financial year. Clifton is just one of 59 sinkholes across Tshwane requiring urgent attention, 7 of those in my own ward. While the area has been stabilised, and we welcome the ingenuity of the city engineers who constructed a bridge to support the service infrastructure, a major rand water pipeline remains dangerously exposed. This pipeline supplies reservoirs feeding to the western and the northern parts of Tshwane. Leaving it exposed is irresponsible and it carries catastrophic risks. Furthermore, while the bridge supports stormwater and sewer infrastructure, uncapturated water continues to siphon into the sinkhole, increasing the risk of further collapse and escalating rehabilitation costs. The danger is not just limited to water. The Eskom supply lines are also in this vicinity. Should the sinkhole expand and compromise these pylons, the PRASA rail network would be forced to a standstill, crippling commuter rail services across the region. Suburbs depending on this supply would also face indefinite blackouts. In addition to the sewer line in the area has been damaged, causing nearly daily sewer overflows at the nearby Centurion Hospice, an unacceptable public health hazard.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'd like to call Councillor Lex Mikkelberg. You are waving. Okay, thank you very much. He is waving. As recommended. Wait. Okay, MMC, my apologies. Okay, you want to speak before the MMC? MMC, can I take Councillor Jacobs first? Okay, Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, due to this report being submitted late onto the SAP system, I did put my name forward just for clarification. But thank you, Speaker. I'll continue. As much as the Freedom Front Plus would love to welcome the progress regarding the sinkholes, however, the purpose of this report must be amended as it only speaks to one specific sinkhole as a local state of disaster, which is incorrect. Where there is 62 other sinkholes, you cannot classify one sinkhole as a local state of disaster but leave the other 62 sinkholes in the same region out. Why? Which is why the application fails every time that we submit one. If we look at an analogy, if we look at the farm murders, if there's one farm murder, yes, it's bad. But if you look at 50, we can look at it as a genocide. The same goes for the sinkhole. If there's one, it might not be bad. But if you have 63, it will be classified as a disaster. It seems to my motion that I brought to council and the 3,500 signatures from the residents who are directly affected was not taken into account as further motivation to include all 63 as a local state of disaster. I do have an additional recommendation, Speaker, for the sake of progress. For clarity, it is the proposal.
Image Council. Image. You were not one of the speakers. You've got yours, I've got mine. And I don't use yours, I use mine. So we don't have a speaker. I thought, Councillor, you were giving us a point of information. I didn't know that you were giving a speech. No, you don't have a speaking right. If I can stop it last week with Lex, why can't I stop with you? So if you are not in the list, you are not in the list, on my list to speak. So I move to the MMC to close the report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Standing on. Thank you very much. MMC, can you continue? MMC, can you continue? You cannot expect me to allow you to speak. You just call me a joke. And you expect me to allow you to speak.
Alderman Maluleka, can I please speak on this item? Through you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I need to make it clear. It's not my caucus that called that.
Wait, Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you.
Councillor Erasmus, start afresh.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I need to make it clear. It's not my caucus that called you any names at all. It's not from our caucus because we've heard it come from somebody else. On a point of order, we followed processes. And I've got my email here that was sent through to the administration that our councillor, Wesley Jacobs, would like to speak on this point. And it was sent through. I've got it here. I can bring it to you. You can look at it. But it's not on the list. And it's a problem for us because we did send it through. Please, give him just an opportunity to speak. We will appreciate
it. Last week, let me repeat this. Let me repeat this. Last week, I refused Councillor Alex, and he had points that he wanted to give us. And I refused him because he was not in my list. No, wait. And I asked him to address that with the Chief Whip of Council. So I'm asking you the same thing. Address it with the Chief Whip of Council. Now I'm giving the MMC to close the report. Then if you have anything that you want to say or want to submit, you can submit to the department. But I'm not giving you, I can't be unfair as I was called with Lex and be fair with you because it's the same thing. Councillor MMC, can you please proceed closing the report? You are asking for a caucus. No. You are not a speaker. For the fact that wait. For the fact that you are saying never, I'm granting you 10 minutes. You must allow me to rule the House. Thank you. 10 minutes. Let me also take this opportunity. We really don't know what is happening in the heating system. It cools and come back, hit us. So we really don't know what's going on, but I think they are addressing the issue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we continue with our meeting? Councillor Erasmus, give us the feedback.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Speaker. Speaker, I did discuss it with the Chief Whip, and we made it very clear that it was a late report, and of course there was a holiday in between. So it was a problem also for the administration, not only for us, but for the administration. And if he's not allowed, we're going to do exactly what Council Lex Middelburg's done. We're going to put our names on all the reports for the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Before I can hand over to the MMC, I like to make it clear that my ruling stands. And in other words, when I say stands, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to refer you as Speaker for your ruling that you have made in terms of Rule 33.3, list of members of different parties to speak on an item during council meeting, inclusive of debates of the State of City address, as well as the speaking order and time allocation must be determined by the Chief Whip of the City. After consultation with the whips and the Speaker, must be informed accordingly 24 hours prior to the meeting. So if you were not informed, how can you refuse us when we produce proof that it was submitted in time, but it was a flaw, an administrative flaw? Therefore, you are actually disallowing us a right to have the opportunity to put our stand on the table. And in terms of that, I refer you, Mr. Speaker, to rules and orders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before I can rule on what you are saying, in future, make sure that your name of a person that is going to speak is there. Make sure, I'm speaking now, I allowed you to speak. Make sure that the name is there. Make sure that you check the list if your person is there to speak. My ruling stands. If my ruling is making you to refer me to rules and orders or rules and ethics, referred. Yeah, but next time you must do right. When yenzani into right, ningabi namabhongo. Fosi, I'm not talking to you. Ningabi namabhongo okuba nina nizofuna ukuthetha. I'm not going to allow you to speak if you are not in the list. In future, check the list. My ruling stands. MMC?
Thank you, Speaker. This report is, we welcome this report and we see it as a way forward. It represents hope for residents of Region 4. For many years, residents of Region 4 have lived in fear, not knowing what government plans for them. We must make it very clear that sinkholes did not begin in October 2024 when this government took over. In fact, when we came into government, we found the total number of sinkholes in Region 4 sitting at 55. We are now on our 65th sinkhole, but this report is a much welcome relief because it is going to give the mayor mandate to request to declare local disaster so that we can get assistance, because the sinkhole that we have identified in Clifton, it has a lot of national infrastructure. We've got a rainwater
pipe there. Should that pipe collapse, we are going to have the whole of the north without water, and that will be catastrophic. But also, not only is there a water pipe, it's also got electrical connections there. So it is paramount that this sinkhole is repaired. What we have done when we've looked at the calculations, financially the city cannot afford to attend to the sinkhole in Clifton. However, we must make it known that already this administration has begun to repair some of the sinkholes, and this is hope to residents. In July already, we did repair a sinkhole in Littleton. This gives us hope that we can do it, but we can't do it alone as local government, because this comes after many years of poor planning, of lack of infrastructure. In fact, we have requested a report, and that report has told us that all of the water pipes in Littleton are past their life. All of them are 60 years and above. And this tells us that the previous government failed to plan for this infrastructure. So as this government, this is the first step. Yes, residents, take hope that this is the first step that we are taking to make sure that we restore some form of dignity and safety towards you, because we understand that the residents are living in fear. Fear in the sense that they cannot sell their homes because of sinkholes. No one will want to invest in that. This government is alive to that, and we are doing everything we can. In fact, just yesterday, I was in Irregular, where another sinkhole had formed, and we were there to make sure that there is no further loss of life. We have cordoned off the road. We have made sure that the electrical poles are moved. We have made sure that water is restored. We are committed to making sure that we address this issue. But like I said, we cannot do it alone. We require national government to come on board. So this council must support this. This is a brave act by the mayor to do this for residents of Region 4. And it is an indictment on those who were serving in government for many years, who have ignored and pretended that sinkholes do not exist. Sinkholes exist, they present fear. And the worst part of it all, Speaker, is that when the Freedom Front want to grandstand, they don't talk about the sinkholes that exist in areas like Itireleng. But I want to say to residents of Centurion, residents of Itireleng who live in informal settlements and are faced with sinkholes, this government cares, and we want to appeal to national government that national government...
Nenzani. Okay, MMC.
Yes, I want residents of communities like Itireleng who live in informal settlements where they are faced with sinkholes, that this government does care, and we want to take hands with the provincial government. We also want to take hands with national government, that they assist us, because all lives matter to us. Whether you live in Littleton or you live in Itireleng, your life is important to this government. And through this report, it is the beginning of us restoring dignity to these communities that have been ignored for a very long time by the previous government. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was item 19 as recommended. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, in terms of section 42 of rules and orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor or chair of chairs may at any time move that council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such motion. In accordance with section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee and only the reason thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolves itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with section 42(9) of Rules and Orders, the resolution to the items considered in committee need not be announced in the open council if such a matter is staffing matter. Honorable councillors, the item is not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via their email address. The Executive Mayor, can I request the councillors to allow the meeting to continue? I'm about to call the Executive Mayor now. You will finish up. Thank you so much. The Executive Mayor did propose that this report be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42(3) of Rules and Orders, allow the Executive Mayor to speak on the reason for the Council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Executive Mayor. Mamel, I haven't asked them to leave. The executive mayor is still telling us if we can go to in committee. Once we approve that we are going into in committee, then everyone else must leave. We don't do that until that is approved. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. You will recall, Speaker, we had an HR item that we considered in the last council meeting or the council meeting before. That was considered in committee. We have the outcomes of the process that was approved by council. And because it is an HR matter, we are asking, Speaker, that it be considered in committee. Thank you so much.
Honourable councillors, is the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee approved? Yeah, it is approved. Then can the booth be cleared, please?